Science still has no working definition of consciousness. Picture a candle flickering in a dark room. You see its light. You feel its warmth. But what exactly is the flame? Is it the heat, the light, the dance of molecules, or something else? Something harder to pin down, something more elusive than the sum of its parts. This is what consciousness is like, undeniably real, yet frustratingly ungraspable. We experience it constantly. We live through it. Everything we think, feel, and know is filtered through it. And yet, despite centuries of philosophy and decades of neuroscience, science still doesn't know what it is. We can map brain activity, track chemical reactions, even mimic some cognitive processes with artificial intelligence. But we still can't define consciousness in any clear, universal, or measurable way. It is the ghost in the machine, the whisper behind every thought, the question inside the question. Neuroscience has made breathtaking progress in recent years. We can identify the regions involved in language, emotion, memory, and perception. We can induce sensations with electrodes. We can shut down awareness with anesthesia and observe its return. But none of this answers the core puzzle. Why and how do these electrical signals produce subjective experience? Why does the brain not only process information, but also feel like something? This is known as the hard problem of consciousness, a term coined by philosopher David Chalmers. It's hard not because it's technically difficult, but because it may be conceptually unsolvable within our current frameworks. It asks, how does matter give rise to mind? You can scan someone's brain while they watch a sunset and measure which neurons fire in which patterns. But that scan won't tell you what the sunset felt like. The color orange, the breeze, the memory it triggered. These are qualia, the individual units of conscious experience. They are inherently private. You can describe them, but no one else can access them directly. And because of that, science hits a wall. It relies on observation, measurement, replication, but consciousness refuses to be placed under a microscope without changing in the process. It is not a thing you look at, it is what you look with. Some theories try to bridge this gap. Integrated information theory, IIT, for example, suggests that consciousness arises from how much information a system can integrate. The more complex and interconnected a system is, the more aware it becomes. Another model, global workspace theory, compares consciousness to a theater spotlight. Only one process gets the stage at a time, while others stay backstage in the unconscious mind. These are elegant models, rich with insight, but they are metaphors, not definitions. They describe what consciousness might do, not what it is. It's like trying to define fire by cataloguing the smoke. Useful, but incomplete. Even artificial intelligence complicates the discussion. We now have machines that can write, paint, compose music, and hold conversations. They pass basic Turing tests. They simulate empathy, creativity, even self-reflection. But are they conscious? Or are they just playing out scripts with no awareness behind the curtain? And if they're not conscious, then what is missing? What spark does the brain have that silicon does not? Or is consciousness not a binary state, but a spectrum? Something that can exist in degrees or layers or flavors we haven't yet imagined. Philosophy hasn't fared much better. Descartes famously said, "I think, therefore I am." But that tells us we exist, not what that existence is. Eastern philosophies, like those in Buddhism and Vedanta, approach consciousness not as a byproduct of the brain, but as the fundamental substance of reality, the canvas upon which all experience is painted. According to these traditions, consciousness is not inside you, you are inside it. It is the sea in which thought, identity, and perception float. This view flips the Western model. Instead of consciousness emerging from matter, matter emerges from consciousness. The metaphor of a mirror often arises. Is the brain like a mirror that reflects consciousness, or a lantern that generates it? If you smash the mirror, the reflection disappears, but the light still exists. Could that be true of consciousness? Does it survive the death of the body? Or is it an emergent illusion, a clever trick of evolution that vanishes once the biological circuitry collapses. These aren't just academic questions. They touch the very core of what it means to be alive. Are we temporary passengers on a biological ride? Or are we consciousness itself, dreaming of neurons? This mystery isn't limited to humans. What about animals? Does a dog have consciousness? A bird? An octopus? What about a worm or a bee? And if they do, what is it like? Is their world tinted with the same emotional palette as ours, or something entirely alien? And how would we ever know? This problem isn't just vertical, humans versus animals, it's horizontal. Could two people experience the same event in radically different ways and never realize it? If my red looks like your green, but we both call it red, how would we ever detect the mismatch? Consciousness is isolated. It cannot be compared directly. It's a solitary light in a world of echoes. Even time and space bend under the weight of consciousness. Our sense of duration changes depending on mood. A minute can feel eternal under stress or vanish in joy. Space feels different. When we're frightened, walls close in, shadows stretch. Consciousness doesn't passively observe reality, it shapes it. It acts like a lens, distorting, focusing, reframing. And yet, we still have no working definition of what this lens is made of. We don't know what it's made of, where it comes from, or why it persists. Some scientists have proposed that consciousness may be a fundamental property of the universe, like mass or charge. It doesn't emerge from anything else. It just is. This idea, called panpsychism, suggests that all matter has some degree of consciousness, even atoms, electrons, rocks, not in a thinking way, but as a flicker of awareness. If that's true, then consciousness isn't rare, it's universal, and complex brains like ours are just places where it becomes dense enough to reflect on itself. Yet this idea, too, is just a hypothesis, one among many. And that's the truth we circle back to. We don't know. Science can describe how neurons fire, how brainwaves correlate with thoughts, how anesthesia switches off awareness. But it cannot yet explain why awareness exists in the first place. We can map the terrain, but we don't know what the map is drawn on. We're explorers charting an ocean from within a glass submarine, seeing the ripples, but not the source. And maybe that's what makes consciousness so profound. It is the thing we seek to understand, but also the tool we use to understand. It is both question and questioner, both flashlight and fog. To study it is to hold a mirror up to a mirror and try to find the original. But in doing so, we glimpse something intimate and infinite, that there is more to being human than neurons and data. There is mystery, there is wonder, there is the simple, strange fact that you are aware right now, reading these words, feeling time, holding thoughts that only you can access. And no matter how much science progresses, that flame, the one in the dark room, still flickers, refusing to be named. You can feel ownership over a rubber hand. Picture yourself in a dimly lit room, seated at a table. In front of you, your left hand rests on the surface, hidden behind a barrier, out of sight. A few inches to the right, in full view, lies a lifelike rubber hand, pale, realistic, positioned exactly where your real hand might be if it weren't hidden. A researcher dips 2 brushes into paint and begins to stroke both hands, yours behind the barrier and the rubber one you can see. In perfect synchrony, the movements match. The timing is flawless. And slowly, something eerie happens. You begin to feel the touch not just on your real hand, but on the rubber one. Within minutes, the illusion deepens until, astonishingly, you feel as though the fake hand is part of your body, a part of you. And when the researcher suddenly threatens the rubber hand with a hammer, your heart rate spikes, your muscles flinch, and a flash of fear ripples through your brain. The rubber isn't just rubber anymore. It's you, or at least your brain has decided it is. This bizarre experience is known as the rubber hand illusion, and it's one of the clearest, strangest demonstrations of a deeper truth. Your sense of bodily ownership, of what you consider to be yourself, is surprisingly fragile. It can be hacked, tricked, and rewritten. What does it mean to own your body? You'd think it's a simple question. You feel pain when your skin is cut, pleasure when it's caressed, fatigue when your legs are tired. These sensations don't belong to anyone else. They're yours. Your body anchors your identity. It gives shape to your presence. But beneath that seeming certainty lies an elaborate system of predictions, correlations, and assumptions your brain is constantly updating. Ownership, it turns out, is not a given. It's a constructed experience. Your brain pieces together a sense of self based on what it sees, what it feels, and how those signals align. When visual and tactile feedback match, even if they're aimed at a fake hand, your brain decides the hand must be yours. It's not a philosophical guess. It's a survival shortcut. If the thing you're seeing is being touched exactly, when you feel touch, it's probably part of your body. That's how your brain has evolved to think. The metaphor here is powerful. Your body as a puppet, and your brain as the puppeteer. But the strings aren't attached to flesh and bone. They're tied to sensation, perception, and expectation. As long as the puppet responds the way the puppeteer expects, the illusion holds. But swap the puppet's arm with a rubber limb, align the timing just right, and the puppeteer, your brain, doesn't notice the difference. It keeps pulling the same strings and assumes the same body is responding. In other words, you can feel ownership over something that isn't yours simply because your sensory system tells you a convincing story. This illusion doesn't stop at hands. Similar experiments have been done with entire bodies, virtual limbs, and even disembodied avatars in VR. Participants wearing headsets can be made to feel as if they inhabit mannequins, gender-swapped figures, or see-through silhouettes. The trick lies in synchronizing movement and feedback. When your actions are mirrored in what you see, and especially when tactile input matches visual stimulus, your brain fuses the external image with internal sensation. And just like that, a foreign body becomes yours. Not metaphorically, but experientially. The implications are vast. For one, it forces us to question how stable our body schema, our internal map of our physical self, really is. You might assume it's fixed, like a blueprint. But in truth, it's more like a flexible canvas. Amputees can feel phantom limbs. Stroke survivors can lose awareness of entire body parts. People in dissociative states can feel detached from their hands, legs, even their face. Some neurological disorders, like somatoparaphrenia, cause individuals to deny ownership of a perfectly functioning limb, insisting it belongs to someone else. Meanwhile, the rubber hand illusion shows how easily your brain can adopt something fake as real. Taken together, these phenomena reveal that your experience of owning your body is not a direct reflection of biological fact. It's a fragile narrative stitched together by the brain. This narrative of bodily ownership is deeply intertwined with identity. You think of yourself as located in your body, behind the eyes perhaps, or in the chest. You refer to my hands, my legs, as though ownership is obvious. But when illusions reveal how easily that sense can be manipulated, the distinction between what is me and not me becomes less clear. If a rubber hand can become you under the right conditions, then what else can? Could a robotic limb feel like yours if it gives the right feedback? Could a digital avatar be experienced as yourself? Could the boundaries of the body be expanded or dissolved entirely? This question has huge implications for future technology. As prosthetics become more advanced, able to deliver touch sensations, respond to nerve signals, and sync with intention, the line between biological and artificial will blur. Already, some users of high-tech prosthetics report a sense of ownership over their artificial limbs that rivals or surpasses their memories of the original. The brain doesn't care about origin, it cares about feedback. If the loop of intention and response is intact, the ownership can follow. Similarly, in virtual reality, people can be made to feel embodiment in completely different bodies, even abstract forms, like cubes or floating hands. The rules are simple. Match the timing, the feedback, and the illusion of self emerges. But what does this say about the nature of self? If the sense of owning your body is so easily fooled, then identity, at least the bodily aspect, is less about reality and more about coherence. Your brain wants a consistent narrative. If vision, touch, and movement align, it doesn't matter whether the limb is rubber, metal, or digital. The story holds. And once the story holds, the self follows. This challenges the age-old assumption that the self is anchored in biology. Maybe it's anchored in perception instead. Of course, this realization can be unsettling. If your brain can be tricked into owning a rubber hand, what else can it be tricked into? Could emotional experiences be manipulated the same way? Could your memories, your sense of continuity, be altered to accommodate new, false versions of yourself? Could your beliefs about who you are be shaped by nothing more than a clever synchrony of input? The rubber hand illusion, in its simplicity, points to a deeper vulnerability, that the self is not as solid as we think. It's adaptive, flexible, constructed. And this flexibility isn't a flaw, it's a feature. It allows humans to adapt to injury, integrate tools, merge with technology, and survive dramatic changes to the body. It explains how a person can recover from paralysis by learning to use brain-computer interfaces, how they can feel presence in a virtual space, how they can lose a limb and still feel it twitching. The self is a dance between what the body does and what the brain expects. When the rhythm matches, identity flows. So the next time you look at your hand or move through the world with a seamless sense of ownership, remember how much trust your brain places in timing, how it listens for harmony between sensation and sight, how it weaves together feedback into the illusion of solidity. You are not just your body, you are the feeling of owning it. And that feeling, strange as it seems, can belong to anything. Even a hand made of rubber. The universe might be fine-tuned for conscious life. Picture a vast cosmic safe, the kind you see in spy films. It has dozens of dials, hundreds of switches, each one representing a different fundamental constant of the universe. One dial sets the strength of gravity, another determines the mass of the electron, another the expansion rate of space. Every setting must be precise, down to decimal points that make human precision seem like finger painting. Now imagine that this safe, against impossible odds, has been opened, not by accident, but perfectly aligned to allow life. Not just atoms, not just stars, but consciousness, awareness, you. And suddenly you have to ask the question most people spend their lives avoiding. Is it a fluke, or is it a clue? The idea that the universe might be fine-tuned for life, specifically for conscious life, is not philosophy dressed in mystery. It's physics rubbing up against awe. Let's start with what fine-tuning really means. In the equations that govern the cosmos, the constants, like the speed of light, the gravitational constant, the strength of the strong nuclear force, are not arbitrary. They are fixed. But they didn't have to be. The equations could have had different values. And here's the catch. Even the slightest tweak to some of these numbers would render the universe lifeless. If gravity were just a hair stronger, stars would burn out too fast. A touch weaker, and stars wouldn't form at all. If the strong nuclear force were marginally different, atoms wouldn't hold together. If the expansion rate of the universe had been just a little faster after the Big Bang, matter would have flown apart, and galaxies never formed. We live, it seems, in a narrow habitable zone, not just on Earth, but in physics itself, like balancing a pencil on its tip for billions of years, and somehow it stays upright. This isn't mystical speculation. It's an observable tension in the fabric of cosmology. The constants of nature appear suspiciously just right, and they're not just right for any kind of universe. They're right for a universe that contains observers. This is where consciousness enters the frame. Because the laws of physics don't just permit atoms, they permit thoughts. They allow for organisms to develop senses, self-awareness, morality, and meaning. And if that doesn't unsettle you, you haven't understood it. It's one thing for a universe to permit planets and suns. It's another for it to permit Shakespeare, Mozart, the feeling of falling in love, the taste of strawberries, the sound of rain. The question isn't just, why is the universe habitable? It's, Why is it so richly habitable that life not only survives, but wonders? Some argue it's just coincidence, that there are trillions of universes, and we just happen to be in the one that works. Like buying a billion lottery tickets and being shocked that one of them won. This is the multiverse theory, an infinite field of universes, each with different, constants, most sterile, most dead, but some, like ours, teeming with possibility. In this view, we're not special, just lucky. Like a fish marveling at how perfectly water supports swimming, forgetting that fish can't live where water isn't. But there's another possibility, one that feels dangerous to speak aloud because it edges close to design. What if the universe wasn't just one among many, but built this way, either by necessity or intention? What if consciousness isn't an accident of matter, but its goal? That's the unsettling edge of the fine-tuning idea. It suggests that reality, from the moment of its birth, was tilted toward awareness, that atoms yearned to become brains, that the laws of nature were coded to give rise not just to movement, but to meaning. This doesn't require belief in a god or an engineer. It only requires acknowledging how fragile this arrangement is. Think of it like tuning a violin. If any string is off, the melody collapses. Our universe sings in perfect harmony, not just by having instruments, but by allowing a song to emerge. A song that hears itself. That's the miracle. Not just that life exists, but that life can ask why. That the universe is not silent, but self-aware, through us. Some physicists have tried to explain fine-tuning away. Maybe the constants aren't fundamental. Maybe deeper laws explain why they are what they are. But every explanation just pushes the question back a level. Why those deeper laws? Why that framework? It's turtles all the way down. And eventually, you're left staring into the unknown with one persistent, childlike question burning in your chest. Why this? Why anything at all? Now shift the metaphor. Imagine a locked room. You wake up inside. The air is breathable. The temperature is perfect. There's food on the table. A book written in your language. You could assume it's chance, that the room just happened to suit you. But the longer you stay, the more it feels like you were expected. That your presence was anticipated. That the room was made not just to contain you, but to welcome you. That's what fine-tuning feels like. Like waking up in a universe that feels suspiciously like it wanted you to wake up in it. And here's the kicker. Even if the universe wasn't fine-tuned for life, we'd never know. Because only in a universe that supports consciousness would there be anyone asking the question. This is called the anthropic principle. It says, don't be surprised you're in a life-friendly universe because you couldn't be in a dead one. It's like walking into a party and being amazed there's music. Of course there is. If there weren't, you wouldn't be there. But this explanation feels like an escape hatch. It explains the existence of life without explaining the strangeness of the fit. Because when you look closer, the fit is too good. Not just tolerable, beautiful, elegant. The math of the cosmos doesn't just permit life, it dances with it. Equations that govern particles also govern galaxies. The same laws that keep atoms stable make stars burn. There's unity, grace, a sense of architecture. And in that architecture, you don't just find space and time. You find wonder, reflection, the urge to understand itself. And that's the twist. Perhaps the universe doesn't just allow consciousness. Perhaps it requires it. Perhaps awareness is not a byproduct, but a completion. This changes how you see yourself. You are not a meaningless blip on a cosmic timeline. You are the lens through which the universe observes itself. You are the moment physics becomes poetry, chemistry becomes curiosity, biology becomes a voice asking, who am I? Your existence is not a triviality. It is a culmination, a point on a graph that couldn't have existed unless the rest of the plot lined up just so. And that means your questions matter. Your thoughts ripple backward through stars and quarks and entropy, echoing the one question all of reality might be whispering to itself. What am I for? Maybe we'll never know. Maybe it's all an accident. But if it is, it's the most meaningful accident in the history of everything. And if it's not, if there is some deeper purpose, some hidden reason why the constants line up just so, then every breath you take is a part of that purpose. Every act of kindness, every poem, every idea, it's not just human, it's cosmic. It's the universe fulfilling the conditions it set at the beginning of time through you. So whether you believe we're lucky or chosen, or simply here by default, one truth remains: the universe works. It works so well, it birthed minds that can recognize how well it works. And in that recognition, something miraculous happens. Not in the stars, not in the equations, but in the awareness between them. The awareness that says, this is not just a place to live, this is a place to wake up. The universe might be a simulation designed to trick you. You live your life believing in solidity, in texture, in weight. You feel the pull of gravity, the heat of the sun, the resistance of surfaces beneath your fingertips. You trust these things, not because you've tested their reality, but because they persist. You touch a wall and expect it to hold. You speak into a room and expect your voice to echo back. There's a rhythm to this existence, a consistency that becomes comforting, even invisible. But what if that comfort is the trick? What if the constancy you take for granted is not proof of truth, but evidence of something else entirely? Imagine waking up one day and discovering that every streetlight, every tree, every stranger's face was generated in real time, not by nature, but by code, not evolved, but rendered. What if this entire universe, with all its beauty and brutality, was just a simulation, crafted not by coincidence or divine hand, but by design? Not a dream, not a hallucination, but a digital architecture so advanced, it fools not just your eyes, but your logic, your memory, your sense of self. It sounds absurd until you start to look closely, and when you do, the seams start to show. Take the Planck length, the smallest unit of space, so small that nothing exists beneath it, as if the pixels of a cosmic screen, or the speed of light. Why should a universe have a speed limit, unless it's processing information, throttling how fast data can move? Even the idea that reality behaves differently when you observe it, doesn't that sound more like rendering, optimization than natural law? In video games, worlds are loaded only when the player approaches. Backgrounds become detailed only when needed. The illusion is seamless, until you peek behind the curtain. And now, physics offers its own curtain. Quantum mechanics, with its particle wave duality and observer-dependent outcomes, suggests a universe that waits to decide what's real until you ask. That's not just poetic, that's computational. And it invites a chilling question. Are you the player, or just the rendered character? Imagine you're walking through a forest. The trees sway gently, leaves crunch beneath your feet. You hear birdsong, feel the sun warming your skin. But what if none of it existed a second ago? What if it was rendered the moment you turned your attention toward it? Not imagined, not fake, but selectively real. Called into being by a system, prioritizing efficiency. You aren't hallucinating. You're experiencing reality on demand. In a simulation, resources are precious. So things that aren't observed don't need to exist in full detail. Just enough data to recreate them when needed. Schrödinger's cat isn't just a philosophical puzzle. It's a metaphor for computational economy. The cat is both alive and dead until observed, because the system doesn't calculate the outcome until observation demands it. In this light, the observer effect becomes more than a quantum quirk. It becomes a clue, a whisper from the code beneath, the cosmos. And the more clues you gather, the more the world begins to shimmer with unreality. Why do mathematical laws describe nature so precisely? Why is there a smallest measurable time and space? Why does the universe seem fine-tuned for consciousness, our specific kind of experience? These questions become heavier when framed within the simulation hypothesis. Because if the universe was designed, these patterns are not mysterious. They're intentional, constraints of a system, parameters of a program. But then comes the darker thought. If this is a simulation, what is its purpose? Who or what designed it? And why? Are we a test, a work of art, a relic of someone else's curiosity? And, worse, are we being watched, evaluated, ignored, Maybe there's no audience. Maybe the simulation was set in motion and abandoned, like an ancient server left humming in a forgotten lab. Or maybe every moment of your life is being recorded, analyzed, dissected by intelligences so far beyond your comprehension that the idea of privacy, of agency, of identity was never real to begin with. You believe you have free will. That your choices matter. But what if they don't? What if your preferences, your fears, your so-called decisions are all outcomes of hidden algorithms, predictive scripts fine-tuned by countless iterations? You think you're choosing tea over coffee, love over loneliness, peace over chaos. But maybe you're executing a line of code. Maybe the illusion of freedom was part of the design, an emotional lubricant to keep the system running smoothly, because simulated minds that feel free are more stable, more productive, more believable. And still, you might argue, so what if we're in a simulation? If it feels real, isn't that enough? But is it? What is the cost of living in a world where everything could be false? Where the sky above you is not sky, but rendering logic? Where death might not be an ending, but a deletion? Where love, pain, joy, suffering, everything you hold sacred, is just the side effect of code execution? Some say this is liberating, that if we're simulated, then meaning is ours to create, but others feel the vertigo of disconnection, the dread of being untethered from anything absolute. In a natural universe, at least the stars are real. In a simulated one, even the stars are suspect. And yet, the simulation hypothesis offers a strange kind of hope, because if reality is simulated, it was built. And if it was built, maybe it can be hacked, explored, rewritten. Maybe your suffering is not inevitable. Maybe death is not final. Maybe existence is not a gift, but a toolkit, a flexible framework through which you can learn, grow, transcend. But to embrace this possibility is to surrender your old assumptions, to admit that what you see, what you know, what you trust, might not be what you thought. It's to live with uncertainty, not as a problem, but as a feature, a space in which deeper truths can emerge. You begin to see metaphors everywhere. Déjà vu as a rendering glitch, intuition as background code surfacing, dreams as debug environments. The uncanny becomes familiar, the irrational becomes logical, and in that mindset, you stop asking, is this real? And start asking, what can I do with this? That's the shift, from passive recipient to curious participant, from victim of illusion to user within a system. And maybe that's all you need to reclaim your power. Because even if you are code, executed, looped, bounded, you are still aware. You are still choosing. You are still moving through the world, simulated or not, with intention. And what is intention, if not the foundation of reality? What is purpose, if not something you invent, moment by moment? Whether your brain is organic or artificial, your pain and wonder feel the same. Whether your life is rendered or born, your memories still shape you. And if meaning is something you collapse into existence, like a particle resolving into form the moment you look, then maybe meaning was always yours to command, even in a simulation, especially in a simulation. So the next time you wake up and stare at the ceiling, wondering if it's real, know that it doesn't matter. What matters is how you live beneath that ceiling, what kind of pattern you choose to be, what kind of signal you send into the noise. Because even if the world is just code, you are still the one running it. What feels like choice might be just neural prediction. Imagine you're sitting in the pilot seat of your life. Before you stretch endless rows of buttons, levers, and illuminated controls, your mind's dashboard of choice. You reach for on. Maybe it's breakfast, cereal or eggs. You pause, weigh the options, and choose cereal. Simple. You feel it. The decision, the intent, the motion. It all flows from you. But what if, beneath that dashboard, behind the blinking lights and glowing gauges, there was no pilot at all? What if the choice was made before you even knew a choice existed? And your sense of deliberation was just a playback, a narrated illusion fed to your consciousness a few milliseconds late. This isn't fiction. This is what neuroscience is, beginning to whisper, that what we call free will may be nothing more than a story your brain tells after the fact, a tale of agency crafted atop a tower of subconscious prediction. The pilot isn't you, it's the autopilot. And the cockpit is wired to make you think you're in control. The metaphor we'll follow is that of a magic show. You sit in the audience, watching a performer pull a card from a deck and hand it to a spectator. The trick seems spontaneous, but everything was rigged, from the card's placement to the subtle cues that led the participant to choose what they did. You didn't see the sleight of hand. It felt real. And that's the point. Your brain, too, is constantly staging a performance, making decisions, generating actions, and then retroactively creating the feeling that you made them. This phenomenon isn't philosophical speculation. It's been demonstrated in labs. In the famous Libet experiments, participants were asked to perform a simple task. Press a button whenever they felt like it. They also noted the moment they became aware of their intention to press. But EEG recordings revealed a neural readiness potential, activity in the brain ramping up before participants reported the conscious decision to act. In some cases, by hundreds of milliseconds. The brain had already launched the action before you showed up. Conscious will, it seems, is not the engine. It's the dashboard light that flickers after ignition. This predictive structure runs deep. Your brain is a forecasting machine, built not for reflection, but survival. At every moment, it generates predictions about what will happen next, what you'll see, what you'll hear, what you'll do, and updates those forecasts in real time. Movement, for instance, isn't initiated by thinking and then acting. Rather, action potentials build in motor areas based on environmental cues, internal states, and habits. Your choice to reach for a glass is often your brain executing a predicted outcome that fits the situation. You become aware of it only once the cascade has begun. Like reading the end of a sentence your brain has already typed. And the illusion of control is so seamless, so narratively coherent, that you don't suspect the trick. But just like the magician, your brain misdirects attention and conceals the mechanics. This doesn't mean you're a robot, but it does mean that the freedom you feel, especially in mundane decisions, is probably not what you think. Experiments with fMRI machines have shown that researchers can predict a person's decisions several seconds before they consciously make it, simply by monitoring patterns of brain activity. That's not choice, it's unfolding. If the brain is a wave, consciousness is the foam cresting atop it. And by the time you see the wave, it's already rolled in. The metaphor here evolves. You are not the rider, but the wake, the signature of a force that passed through before you could steer. And yet this doesn't render experience meaningless. The feeling of choosing is itself meaningful, even if constructed. It's a feedback loop. When you reflect on a choice, your brain updates its model. When you resist a habit, you change future predictions. Willpower may not be a lever pulled from some sacred self, but it still leaves fingerprints. You can influence the shape of the wave even if you can't command its rise. Through repeated patterns, education, and mindfulness, you can shift what your brain predicts. A smoker trains their neurons not to light a cigarette. A pianist trains theirs to move without thought. A monk trains the mind to let thoughts pass without clinging. All of these are rewrites to the code of prediction, not acts of free will in the traditional sense, but shifts in the environment the brain uses to decide. Think of language. When you speak, words come to your lips not because you laboriously select each one, but because they feel inevitable. You think you're guiding the sentence, but it emerges almost automatically. Writing, too, follows this arc. A phrase feels right, and you type it. Then you look back and say, yes, that is what I meant. But meaning often arrives post hoc, a justification woven from emotion and context. This mirrors how choice operates. You feel like you're driving, but the road was already built, and you're riding a car that knows where to go. This insight unsettles the foundations of morality and identity. If we don't choose in the way we think, how do we hold others accountable? How do we praise or blame? But even here, nuance matters. While initial impulses may arise without conscious direction, the brain's model adapts. Systems like law and reward don't require metaphysical freedom. They require learning systems. If you know you'll be punished for stealing, your brain adjusts future probabilities. The self becomes less a sovereign ruler and more a committee, negotiating between instinct, memory, prediction, and feedback. Free will is not absolute liberty, but emergent constraint. It's not freedom from causality, it's freedom within complexity. In that light, the question becomes less about whether we have free will and more about where in the system we can exert influence. If your brain acts before you're aware, then training that brain, shaping its environment, its habits, its inputs, is the new form of authorship. You may not control your thoughts, but you can curate what you feed them. You may not decide what urges arise, but you can shape what urges win. In this sense, will is like a garden. You don't choose the rain or the sun, but you plant, prune, and prepare. And over time, the shape of what grows looks a lot like purpose. This brings us full circle. The experience of choice is not false, it's layered. Your brain simulates possibility, selects trajectories, and writes a narrative around what occurred. It's not lying to you, it's offering a cohesive user interface. Just as a desktop hides code behind icons, consciousness hides neurons behind narratives. It doesn't show the process, it shows the result. And from that result, you build your identity. A person who chooses, who tries, who learns. So next time you feel the urge to do something, reach, speak, move, pause, ask not just why you're doing it, but how it came to be. Was it memory, habit, emotion, environment? The more you notice these threads, the more agency you cultivate, not by overriding the system, but by understanding it. You are not the lone pilot behind a dashboard. You are the entire plane, and the sky, vast and changing, is still yours to navigate. Even seeing someone yawn can change your brain state. A yawn is often dismissed as a sign of boredom or fatigue, a reflex, a background behavior. But imagine for a moment that it's more than that. Picture it as a silent ripple, like a tuning, forks struck in the mind, sending subtle vibrations from one brain to another. You're in a room, fully alert, engaged, and then someone across from you yawns. Without warning, your own jaw loosens, your eyes water slightly, and you feel the urge to stretch. You don't think about it. It happens automatically, involuntarily. But in that moment, something incredible just occurred. Your brain rewired itself in response to another human's inner state. This is not mimicry, this is resonance, and it reveals something astonishing. Your consciousness isn't a sealed container. It's permeable, vulnerable, contagious. The phenomenon is called contagious yawning, but it's not limited to yawns. It's a window into the architecture of empathy, the circuitry of shared experience. Your brain holds a network of specialized cells called mirror neurons, the biological ghosts of other people's actions installed inside you. These neurons fire not only when you perform an action, but when you observe someone else doing it. When someone smiles, your brain lights up as if you smiled. When they wince, your face tenses, and when they yawn, your brain's arousal systems subtly shift. It's as if your nervous system is reaching out, whispering, "I feel you," long before you speak a word. But there's more. Yawning, the act itself, is not fully understood by science. Theories range from thermoregulation to oxygen intake to state transition. Some suggest it helps cool the brain. Others think it prepares the body for alertness. Yet, when you see a yawn, something deeper happens. Your mind unconsciously updates its model of the surrounding emotional field. Your body adjusts, heart rate shifts, neural activity alters. You are no longer just observing someone, you are synchronizing with them. And the eeriest part, the more empathetic you are, the more likely you are to catch that yawn. It's not weakness, it's sensitivity. Think about the implications. In a quiet room of strangers, one subtle act, one breath, one stretch, can ripple outward, shifting minds like dominoes. This is not about the yawn itself, it's about the doorway it opens. Because if your brain state can change just by seeing a behavior, then your internal world is less private than you believe. It's a shared canvas, constantly painted by others. This is the kind of truth that unsettles our sense of individuality. You want to believe your thoughts are yours, your emotions self-contained. But biology tells a different story. From posture to facial expression, from laughter to tears, your brain is always scanning others, tuning itself, moment by moment, to the invisible orchestra of human presence. A single yawn can lower your vigilance, relax your muscles, even change your decision-making speed. Not because you're weak-minded, but because your brain is wired to join, to harmonize, to connect. Now imagine the metaphor. A room full of candles, unlit. One flickers on, and slowly, one by one, the flame spreads. Not with fire, but with awareness. That's what yawns do. That's what any emotional signal does. It's not about copying. It's about joining the invisible dance of neural alignment. We walk through life believing in our isolation, in the sanctity of our inner voice. But even the simplest reflex, a yawn, betrays a deeper truth. We are social creatures not by choice, but by design. And it doesn't stop with yawning. Studies show that watching someone experience pain activates your own pain centers. Watching someone relax can reduce your cortisol. Watching someone triumph can give you a dopamine surge. Your emotions are never truly yours alone. They're shared signals bouncing through bodies, through eye contact, through breath. In this way, consciousness isn't a solo act, it's a choir, and the yawn, that's just one of its quietest notes. So next time someone yawns and you feel the tug in your own jaw, don't laugh it off. Realize what just happened. Two minds aligned for a split second. Your biology acknowledged their presence. And in a world that often feels disconnected and digital, that tiny involuntary gesture is a reminder. Your brain is listening. Not just to you, but to everyone around you. Because the truth is, the more we understand about yawns, the more they resemble something spiritual, a breath shared, a brief transmission, a pause in the noise where two nervous systems acknowledge each other without language, without thought. It's intimacy disguised as reflex. And here's where it becomes even more uncanny. Contagious yawning exists in some animals too. Chimpanzees, dogs, even birds have been shown to catch yawns. But it's strongest between those who share a social bond. Your dog might yawn when you do, not because they're tired, but because they feel you. What does that say about us? That empathy might predate language? That the roots of emotional synchrony go back further than civilization itself? And if that's true, if the seed of connection is older than words, then maybe yawning is one of the last pure behaviors we share, unpolished by performance, unshaped by image. It just happens. In boardrooms, in churches, in first dates and final goodbyes. A universal signal of biological unity. It may not be profound in appearance, but its implications are. We are bound, together by reflexes we don't even control. So much of modern life encourages separation. We curate ourselves, present polished versions, speak through screens. But behind all of that, beneath the roles we perform, our biology keeps reaching, through micro-expressions, through instinct, through things as small as a sigh, a stretch, a yawn. Each one a flicker of the unspoken language we were born into, a language of resonance. You may never notice how many times a day your brain adjusts itself because of someone else's tone, posture, or breath. But the data is there, in your slowed heart rate, your softened voice, your suddenly mirrored expression. You are porous. Not weak, but responsive. Your nervous system is a listener, and every room you enter becomes a kind of choir, humming low with the invisible song of shared state. The yawn is not noise, it's signal. It says, I see you. It says, we're in this moment together. It's a small rebellion against the myth of total autonomy. It's a tiny act of neural vulnerability. And perhaps what matters most isn't that you yawned. It's that something deep inside you chose to harmonize, even for a moment. A reflex, yes, but also a kind of wordless kindness. A way of saying, you're not alone, you never were. Your mind can be programmed without you realizing it. Imagine waking up inside a room you've never seen before. It's comfortable, familiar even. Books on the shelf, clothes in the closet, photos of a life that feels like yours. But there's a problem. You don't remember entering it. You don't remember choosing the books, buying the clothes, taking the photos. And yet, something about the room makes you feel like you belong there. This, in many ways, is what it's like to live inside a mind that's been programmed. Not overtly, not with blinking lights and wires, but silently, through patterns, language, repetition, and culture. You don't notice it happening. You don't feel the code downloading. But it shapes how you think, what you fear, who you trust, what you find beautiful, and what you believe is true. Programming doesn't arrive like an invader. It enters like wallpaper, slowly, quietly, until one day, the walls of your mental room feel like they've always been there, and you forget you didn't build them yourself. You're not a computer. You have emotions, memories, preferences. You choose what to eat, what to say, what to pursue. But those choices, where did they come from? You like coffee over tea. You hate being late. You admire strength or honesty or power or humility. But did you choose those values? Or did they slip into you while you weren't looking? Every billboard you've passed, every story you've heard, every song you've hummed without thinking. They've been planting seeds, ideas about love, success, danger, status, normalcy. And like a river carving a canyon, these inputs wear grooves into your mind until your thoughts flow through the same valleys every day. That's programming. It's not control in the sci-fi sense. It's influence so deep, it feels like identity. You think you're thinking freely, but the shape of your thoughts was drafted long before you ever noticed. Take a moment to consider language, not just the words you speak, but the concepts they allow. In English, we say, I am sad. In other languages, the phrase might translate to, I have sadness. The former defines you by your emotion. The latter frames the emotion as a passing experience. That small difference programs how you relate to your feelings. In one, you are your mood. In the other, you observe it. Culture does this constantly. Some societies elevate individual freedom. Others prioritize community harmony. Neither is inherently right or wrong, but the one you grew up in becomes the lens through which you view everything else. It feels objective, but it's not. It's architecture. And that architecture wasn't built by you. It was built for you. The news you watch, the school you attended, the traditions you followed, they all laid bricks in your mental room. Even, rebellion often follows scripts handed down by those you rebel against. Now think about repetition. It's one of the oldest tools of programming. A lie repeated often enough becomes truth, not because it changes facts, but because it changes belief. The same is true for ideas. Hear something enough times, through friends, media, jokes, symbols, and it begins to feel real, familiar, safe. Advertisers know this. Politicians know this. Social algorithms know this. And your brain, built for pattern recognition, rewards the familiar with trust. That's why you hum jingles you hate. Why slogans lodge in your memory. Why conspiracy theories, once heard, linger even after being disproven. The mind doesn't always work like a rational machine. It works like a garden. Whatever you plant and water most often grows, and sometimes it grows wild. But what makes this even more complicated is that much of your programming comes from you, or at least from earlier versions of you. Your childhood fears, your teenage defenses, your young adult ambitions. They leave imprints, and your present-day self often defends those imprints, even when they no longer serve you. You adopt beliefs because they once kept you safe. You maintain habits because they once brought comfort. And soon, you confuse those routines with who you are. You say, that's just how I think, or that's just how I am. But much of that I was programmed by time, by trauma, by repetition, by reward. It's not an insult to your intelligence. It's an invitation to examine your foundation. To ask, which parts of me were built, and by whom? Consider how easily your attention is guided. The headlines you see, the order of your feed, the stories that rise to the top of your mind. These are not neutral. They are curated, filtered, ranked, not just by machines, but by psychological principles. Fear spreads faster than facts. Outrage grabs more eyes than nuance. So what rises to the surface of your thoughts? What inputs are rewarded with your focus? Your brain, always trying to be efficient, begins to optimize. It turns repeated exposure into intuition. Suddenly, what's most common feels most correct. What's most visible feels most true. You begin to trust patterns over principles, and now your worldview isn't built on reflection. It's built on reinforcement. Social circles do this too. Spend enough time around a belief system, and it begins to color your reality. That's not weakness, it's human wiring. Mirror neurons, tribal instinct, validation loops. They all shape behavior. You laugh more when others laugh. You hesitate when others disapprove. Over time, you conform, not because you're coerced, but because the cost of dissonance is too high. And so you align your outward behavior with the code around you. That code becomes internalized. You recite it, defend it, enforce it, until it feels like your own, until questioning it feels like self-betrayal. Even memory is programmable. Neuroscience shows that every time you recall an event, you alter it slightly. Your brain rewrites details to fit your current beliefs, emotions, and biases. Over time, this reconstruction shapes how you see yourself and others. You're not just living in a world of inputs. You're reprocessing the past through filters you didn't choose. Your self-image is a collage, updated by every moment of reflection, and each update carries the fingerprints of unseen influence. So where does this leave you? Are you a puppet, a patchwork, a prisoner of inputs? Not necessarily, but you are, whether you admit it or not, programmable. And that realization is both unsettling and liberating. Because once you see the wires, you can start to rewire. You can question the defaults, interrupt the loops, rewrite the inner scripts. It takes effort, awareness, patience, and courage. But it's possible. You can ask, is this belief mine? Is this fear inherited? Is this desire shaped by ads or something deeper? The act of asking begins the reprogramming, not by deleting everything, but by reclaiming authorship, by choosing your inputs more deliberately, by deciding what thoughts get repeated, what stories get believed. In the end, your mind is not a vault, it's a stage. And the characters that play out your daily life were auditioned, rehearsed, and handed scripts long before the spotlight ever hit. But the director's chair is not empty, it's just been vacant, waiting. And when you finally sit in it, when you begin to watch your own mental play unfold with curiosity instead of assumption, the entire show can change. Slowly, quietly, one line at a time, the observer can become the observed. Consciousness, feedback loops. You stand before a mirror, not just to check your reflection, but out of a quiet curiosity, to see if anything is looking back. At first, it's just you, a familiar face. But the longer you stare, the more alien that reflection becomes. Your eyes lock with theirs, and a strange feeling stirs. The sensation that something inside the glass is observing you right back. In that moment, the roles begin to blur. You are the observer, yes, but also the observed. And what stares back is not just your face, it's your awareness of being aware. This is the loop consciousness can fall into, the recursive spiral where perception turns inward and wraps around itself like a snake swallowing its own tail. The mind doesn't just receive reality, it models it, edits it, reframes it, and eventually questions its own place within it. We tend to think of observation as passive. You see, you hear, you process. But once the observer becomes the object of its own gaze, the nature of reality starts to bend. Like a camera pointed at its own live feed, feedback emerges. Echoes of thought loop through layers of reflection until it's unclear where the seeing ends and the being begins. Consciousness, it turns out, is not a light shining outward. It's a hall of mirrors in which every beam eventually turns back on itself. This recursive quality of the mind isn't just philosophical musing. It's a fundamental challenge in science, psychology, and even artificial intelligence. The idea that consciousness can observe itself, analyze itself, and even attempt to alter itself introduces a paradox that is both deeply human and profoundly destabilizing. A machine can record its environment, a camera can track movement, but a mind can watch its own thoughts, question its own motivations, simulate possible futures, replay alternate pasts, and then judge itself for all of it. You think a thought, and then you think about the fact that you thought it. This second-order awareness is uniquely complex, creating not just experience but commentary on experience. It's like living your life while simultaneously narrating it, critiquing it, censoring it, and fantasizing about its rewrites. And the more you analyze the story, the harder it becomes to know whether you're actually living it or just watching yourself go through the motions. In neuroscience, this phenomenon manifests in a variety of ways, from metacognition, thinking about thinking, to the default mode network, which activates when the brain is at rest and begins running internal simulations, reflections, and autobiographical loops. This circuitry seems to be the seat of identity, the mental stage on which you replay social encounters, revisit embarrassing moments, rehearse conversations, and monitor your performance as a self. But here's the twist. Every time you observe your own thoughts, you alter them. Like the quantum particle whose path collapses when measured, consciousness is changed by the very act of self-observation. You try to see yourself objectively, but that very effort changes who you are. You scrutinize your fears, but they mutate under the spotlight. You examine your desires, only to find they shift like shadows on a wall. In attempting to understand yourself, you rewrite yourself, and so you remain unknowable. Nowhere is this loop more evident than in social life. You walk into a room and become aware of how others might perceive you. But you don't just react to that perception. You begin to behave in accordance with it. You adjust posture, tone, rhythm. You edit your laugh. You rehearse your expressions, and slowly, subtly, your identity becomes performative. You are not simply living, you are being watched, not necessarily by others, but by the imagined version of yourself that you think others see. The observer is now inside your own head. This internalized gaze becomes a silent audience that never leaves. It evaluates, it critiques, it remembers, it shapes. Over time, you begin to live for this audience, and in doing so, you lose track of who you were before the spotlight turned on. You can't unsee yourself. You can't unknow that you're being seen, even by your own inner eye. Artists feel this loop when creating. They judge their work mid-gesture, anticipating criticism before the paint dries. Writers reread their words before they're fully written. Speakers hear their own voice while speaking and recoil from it. This kind of meta-awareness breeds hesitation, perfectionism, paralysis, but it also births genius. It is in this reflective tension, this tightrope between spontaneity and scrutiny, that creativity ignites. The same loop that distorts can also refine. It is both burden and blessing, because to observe oneself is to gain distance, and in that distance lies clarity, or at least the illusion of it. Spiritual traditions across the world have long grappled with this loop. Some call it ego, others call it illusion. Meditation, for instance, is often the practice of watching the mind without attachment, observing thoughts as clouds passing by, rather than truths etched in stone. The goal is not to stop thinking, but to stop identifying with the thoughts, to become the sky, not the storm. But even this act, watching the mind, feeds the loop. You become aware that you are watching yourself, not react. And now the loop goes deeper. Enlightenment, in many of these traditions, is not escaping thought, but escaping the need to observe the self at all. But how do you stop observing yourself without first deciding to? And in that decision, observation begins again. In AI research, consciousness feedback loops raise an unsettling question. If we build a machine that can reflect on its own internal states, is that the beginning of self-awareness? Or is it just mimicry of human patterns? Can reflection without a subjective self count as consciousness? And if it can, what does that say about us? Are we anything more than recursive systems trained by experience to model ourselves and the world? Does consciousness arise from complexity, or from some unknowable flame we've yet to define? So we return to the mirror, the one you stared into earlier. Only now, it's not your face that unsettles you. It's the idea that inside every glance, every self-assessment, every internal monologue lies a feedback loop spinning silently in the background. A loop that never pauses. A loop that evolves each time it's observed, and you can't step outside it. Not really. Because every attempt to do so creates another layer, another mirror. You think you're stepping back, but really you're stepping in. And the deeper you go, the more you become a stranger to yourself. The observer can never escape the observed, because in consciousness, they are the same. Your thoughts can be influenced just by your posture. Think of your body as a tuning fork. Every movement, every gesture, every position, a subtle vibration that echoes into the vast hallways of your mind. We like to believe our thoughts live in the sealed chamber of the brain, untouched by posture or poise, insulated from the angle of our spine or the position of our chin. But this belief is not only false, it blinds us to one of the most intimate truths about being human. That your body is not separate from your thoughts. It is the theater in which they unfold. The way you sit, stand, slump, or stretch isn't just a physical habit. It's a signal, a silent language the body speaks to the brain. And the brain, listening carefully, responds not with words, but with feeling, expectation, mood, and belief. A lowered gaze can dim your optimism. A hunched spine can amplify your sense of defeat. A puffed-out chest can invite confidence like a well-rehearsed lie that becomes the truth. Posture is not passive, it is persuasive. You can think of it like an orchestra conductor. Posture is the conductor's baton, waving above your nervous system, setting the rhythm, calling forth emotion and tempo. When you collapse your shoulders and cave in your chest, you're not just compressing your lungs, you're whispering to your brain, we are small, we are losing, we should be quiet. And the brain, always eager to serve its master, starts dimming the lights. Less dopamine, less serotonin, less spark. You feel sad, not because the world has changed, but because your body has shifted into the shape of sadness. The feedback loop is seamless. Your physiology speaks, your psychology listens, and then answers back, forming a circle that can spiral upward or downward, depending on what you embody. This isn't metaphor, it's measurable. In countless psychological studies, participants who adopted power poses, open, expansive, upright positions, reported feeling more confident and performed better on tasks involving risk-taking and assertiveness. Conversely, those who slouched or folded inward felt more anxious, avoided challenge, and exhibited lower self-esteem. Even hormone levels followed the curve of the spine, testosterone rising with confident posture, cortisol swelling in states of physical withdrawal. Your body chemistry is not fixed. It dances to the tune your posture hums. And this means that thoughts aren't born solely from cognition. They emerge from position. Let's imagine a bridge, a narrow wooden one stretching across a deep ravine. You approach it with your shoulders back, head high, feet firm. Your brain reads your stance. I am ready, I am capable. So it delivers courage, sharpens your vision, steadies your breath. But now imagine approaching that same bridge hunched, eyes low, toes pointed inward. Your body says, we're in danger. Your brain, trusting the only data it has, your posture, responds with fear, caution, retreat. Nothing on the bridge has changed. Only you, only your shape, only your silent language. And posture doesn't just influence emotion, it changes perception. People asked to sit upright while evaluating themselves report higher self-respect than those asked to slouch. Children who stand tall while learning show improved memory retention. Elderly patients who begin physical therapy not only move better, they think more clearly. Posture shapes thought like the banks of a river shape its flow. You may believe you're choosing your mindset, but often you're simply adopting the mental weather created by the sky of your body. And here's the strange part. It's not just about grand gestures. Even the smallest muscular shifts matter. The angle of your neck while texting can increase strain, and subtly elevate stress. The way you hold your hands in your lap can affect how passive or engaged your mind feels. The tilt of your pelvis while sitting can invite either sluggishness or alertness. We are sensitive machines, exquisite instruments of alignment and feedback. But we walk through life like violins that don't know we're playing music. This becomes more than academic when you realize how posture and trauma interact. People who have experienced chronic stress, anxiety, or emotional pain often adopt protective body language: crossed arms, curled shoulders, tightened jaws. Over time, these positions become habitual, like armor you forget you're wearing. But this armor doesn't just protect, it isolates. It changes how others perceive you. More importantly, it changes how you perceive the world. A guarded stance signals threat. A lowered chin implies submission. Averted eyes reduce confidence. Your body, stuck in old defense patterns, keeps your mind trapped in the past, reinforcing the very fears you want to escape. But there's hope in this cycle too, because if the body can trap the mind, it can also liberate it. Deliberately shifting your posture, even when it feels unnatural, sends a new signal. It says, we're safe now. We can open up. We can rise. The mind, ever trusting of its physical host, responds. It rewires. It rebalances. It lets go. This is why practices like yoga, tai chi, or even simple breath work are so powerful. They teach the body to move in a way that tells a different story. Not of fear, not of contraction, but of openness, fluidity, and strength. The body reclaims its voice, and the mind listens in awe. In this way, posture is not just about spinal health or etiquette. It's about identity. When you walk tall, you don't just look different, you are different. When you slump, you don't just seem tired. Your brain begins to feel tired. Your posture becomes a prophecy. And just like all self-fulfilling prophecies, it can be rewritten. You are not locked into the pose life gave you. You can choose your stance. You can lift your chin not in arrogance, but in defiance of invisibility. You can uncross your arms not to be vulnerable, but to make room for connection. You can lean forward not to chase something, but to meet the moment halfway. These gestures, small, physical, silent, are the poetry of embodiment. So next, time you feel trapped in a spiral of anxious thought, don't just reach for affirmations. Reach for your spine. Next time self-doubt clouds your judgment, don't just argue with it. Stand up. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Let your breath open your chest. Look outward. Stretch upward. The message is simple, ancient, and profound. Change your posture and you change your path, because thought does not exist in a vacuum. It lives in your muscles, in your jawline, in the space between your ribs. Your ideas, your moods, your confidence, all of them rise from the throne of your posture. And when you begin to treat your body not as a passenger, but as a guide, when you listen to its shape, its slope, its stillness, you may discover that clarity, courage, and even joy were never out of reach. They were simply out of alignment. Your memory is rewritten every time you recall it. Think of your memory like a soft wax tablet rather than a locked vault. Each time you press into it, each time you revisit a moment, it reshapes, not intentionally, not maliciously, but subtly, quietly. A small edge blurs, a detail shifts, a sound that never happened is suddenly there. A glance becomes a stare. A neutral phrase takes on a tone. You don't notice the change because the new version feels just as real, sometimes more so, but it's no longer the memory you once had. Every recollection is a rewrite, not a replay. Your mind is not retrieving a file. It's repainting a scene, and with each stroke, it introduces variations that blend with what you believe is truth. And just like that, memory transforms into myth. We like to think of memories as frozen snapshots, clean, crisp, preserved. But neuroscience paints a different picture. Memories are reconstructions, not recordings. When you remember something, your brain doesn't retrieve a perfect image. It rebuilds the experience from fragments, bits of sight, sound, emotion, and context, and assembles them into a coherent story. It uses clues from the present to fill in the gaps from the past, and in doing so, it often alters the original. The more emotionally charged a memory is, the more it gets rehearsed, and paradoxically, the more it becomes vulnerable to distortion. Your most vivid memories, the ones you're sure are accurate, may be the most revised. One of the most striking studies on memory distortion came from psychologist Elizabeth Loftus. In her research, she demonstrated how easily people's recollections could be manipulated. By simply changing a word in a question, she could alter a subject's memory of a car crash. How fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other? Led to higher speed estimates than hit. And more than that, participants recalled seeing broken glass, even when there was none. This isn't about gullibility. It's about the mechanics of memory itself. Your brain doesn't store the past. It constructs a version of it, using current input as scaffolding. This phenomenon isn't just academic. It's deeply personal. Think about a childhood memory, perhaps of a family trip, a favorite toy, a moment of shame or joy. You've told the story many times. It's become part of your identity. But what if parts of it aren't real? What if over the years your brain, trying to protect you or make sense of the moment, subtly edited the facts? Maybe someone else's memory seeped into yours. Maybe your interpretation hardened into certainty. Maybe your narrative replaced reality. This isn't deception, it's how the mind works. And once you know this, your sense of self begins to shift. Because who are you, if not a collection of memories? And what are those memories if not fiction blended with fact? The implications are profound. It means that memory is malleable, that every time you tell a story about your past, you're not just recounting it, you're rewriting it, not just for others, but for yourself. And each retelling reinforces the new version. This is why eyewitness testimony can be so unreliable. Why two siblings can remember the same event in drastically different ways. Why you might argue with someone over what really happened, and both of you are sure you're right. You're both telling the truth, and you're both wrong. But memory distortion isn't always harmful. Sometimes it's protective. Your brain may soften painful details to shield you. It may cast someone in a kinder light to preserve a connection. It may blur trauma to allow you to move forward. These aren't flaws, they're functions. Your mind is constantly editing your narrative, not just for accuracy, but for survival. It prioritizes meaning over precision, continuity over chronology. And in doing so, it keeps you sane, even if it means telling you stories that didn't exactly happen the way you think they did. Still, this raises unsettling questions. If your memories are unreliable, how can you trust your experiences? How can you be sure of what shaped you? And if identity is built on memory, then who are you really? The answer isn't to distrust yourself entirely, but to become more aware of the storytelling nature of memory. To hold your past not as a rigid truth, but as a living document. One that breathes and shifts and reflects not just what was, but who you are now. Because memory isn't static, it evolves with you. Let's shift the metaphor. Picture your memory as a palimpsest, a manuscript that's been written on, erased, and rewritten multiple times. Beneath the visible text are traces of earlier versions, faint but not gone. When you recall something, you're not reading the original ink. You're reading a layered version, colored by mood, perspective, and context. Sometimes, the newer writing overwrites the old entirely. Sometimes, it blends. And sometimes, the original seeps through in unexpected ways. Dreams, triggers, flashbacks, but it's never untouched. Never pure. This dynamic also explains why nostalgia feels so powerful. When you remember the good old days, your brain isn't giving you a neutral snapshot. It's highlighting the pleasant parts and downplaying the rest. The lighting is warmer, the people more kind, the moments more meaningful. This isn't dishonesty, it's design. Nostalgia is your brain's way of comforting you, of stitching continuity between who you were and who you are. But it's also a kind of illusion. You miss a version of the past that may never have existed the way you recall. And what about collective memory? Entire societies remember events differently. History books tell one story. Oral traditions tell another. Myths emerge, persist, evolve. Cultures pass down narratives that shape identity and behavior. But these too are subject to the same distortions, reshaped by each generation, each retelling. A nation's memory is as fluid as an individual's. And just like personal memory, it can be manipulated through repetition, emotion, and omission. Propaganda, nostalgia, revisionism, they all tap into this vulnerability. And the result is a shared history that feels unshakable but is, at its core, malleable. This isn't all doom and fragility. There's beauty in it too. Because if memory can be rewritten, it can also be rewritten with intention. You can revisit painful moments and reinterpret them. You can take a story of failure and find growth in it. You can look at a regret and extract wisdom. You're not trapped by your past. You're in conversation with it. And each time you remember, you have a chance to reshape how it lives in you. Ultimately, memory is not about perfect recall. It's about constructing a coherent self. Your brain weaves experiences into a narrative that allows you to function, to relate, to make decisions. Precision is sacrificed for continuity. Truth bends to make room for meaning. And perhaps that's what makes memory so human. Not its accuracy, but its fluidity. It's a canvas that's never finished. A film that edits itself in real time. A book with shifting chapters. So next time you recall a moment, especially one that defines you, pause. Ask yourself, is this how it really happened? Or how I need it to have happened? Not to doubt yourself, but to understand yourself. Because every memory is a mosaic. Part reality, part dream, part narrative. And the more you engage with that mosaic, the more whole you become. Not because you've nailed down the truth, but because you've embraced the art of remembering. Reality changes when you observe it. Double-Slit explained. Imagine walking into a room where two doors stand side by side. Simple, solid, unmoving. You take a step toward one, expecting a predictable outcome. But just as you reach for the handle, both doors flicker, blend, shimmer, as if the choice to look has changed not only what you see, but what exists. Now imagine that instead of doors, these are particles, and instead of a room, it's the very fabric of reality. This isn't a dream or a philosophical thought experiment. It's the foundation of one of the most famous and unsettling discoveries in quantum physics, the Double-Slit experiment. It's a test so elegant, so deceptive in its simplicity, that it has revealed a secret about the universe that continues to haunt physicists and philosophers alike. Because what it shows is this: reality behaves differently depending on whether you're watching. The act of observation isn't passive, it's participatory. When you look, the world decides. When you don't, it hesitates, as if existence itself is waiting for your attention before it becomes real. And that's not a metaphor, that's experimental fact. What began as a curiosity has become a doorway into something far stranger, a reality where cause and effect bend to awareness, and where your perception might not just reflect the world, but shape it. Here's how it works. You take a single particle, say, an electron, and you shoot it at a barrier with two narrow slits. Behind that barrier is a screen that records where the electron lands. You expect it to go through one slit or the other, like a marble tossed through a fence. But what you find is something else entirely. When you're not observing the electron's path, when you simply let it fly, it doesn't act like a particle. It acts like a wave. It interferes with itself, as if it passed through both slits at once. The result is an interference pattern on the screen, dark and light bands, like ripples from two stones tossed into a pond. But here's where it gets eerie. The moment you add a detector to see which slit it went through, the pattern changes. The electron now behaves like a particle. It chooses one slit. The interference disappears. The wave collapses. And the only thing that changed was your decision to observe. Not the setup, not the mechanics, just the act of looking. It's as if the particle was undecided about what it wanted to be, until you asked, as if the question itself defined the answer. And this defies everything you've ever been taught about how the world works. Think of it like a book that rewrites itself when you read it. When your eyes are closed, the story is fluid, branching, full of parallel possibilities. But the moment you turn the page, One narrative locks into place, one version becomes reality, and the others vanish as if they were never real at all. The double-slit experiment reveals that particles exist in a superposition, multiple states, at once, until observation collapses them into a single state. They are waves of probability, smeared across outcomes, like a future not yet chosen. And when you observe them, the wave function collapses into one result. But what does that really mean? It means the universe isn't solid in the way you think. It's a field of potential, waiting to be resolved by your awareness. Not your eyes per se, but the presence of information, of measurement, of interaction. Reality, then, is not independent. It's relational. It emerges through contact, and this flips the classic narrative. We grow up believing the world is out, there, fixed, definite, and that we simply peek into it like observers at a zoo. But what if the act of observing is more like sculpting than watching? What if your perception is a chisel, carving reality from the marble of possibility? The double-slit experiment suggests that we are not detached witnesses to a pre-written script, but co-authors, co-creators. The observer is not outside the story. They are the story's pivot. And this isn't a fluke. It's been repeated, confirmed, refined for decades. Single particles, multiple detectors, even delayed choice versions, where the decision to observe is made after the particle has passed, and still the pattern changes. Time doesn't matter. Sequence doesn't matter. It's as if the universe doesn't finalize its behavior until it knows how you're going to look at it. As if it's waiting for your question before committing to an answer. And that changes everything. Because if the particle's past behavior depends on your future choice to observe, then causality, the sacred arrow from cause to effect, starts to bend. It's no longer clear that A leads to B. Sometimes B seems to reach backward and shape A. And while this might seem like a trick of experimental design, it echoes through the very mathematics of quantum mechanics. Superposition, entanglement, collapse. These are not poetic ideas. They are rigorously defined, predictive frameworks that match reality with extraordinary precision. But they tell a story that sounds anything but mechanical. They whisper of a universe that's alive in its ambiguity, a universe that resists definition until definition is demanded, and the implications reach far beyond particles. They reach into consciousness, into free will, into the fabric of what it means to exist. Because if reality doesn't settle until observed, then what is observation? Is it merely a detector clicking in a lab? Or is it something more, something like awareness? Some physicists have speculated that consciousness itself may play a role in the collapse of the wave function, that the mind might not just observe the world, but participate in its creation. This is controversial, unproven, but it refuses to go away. Because the deeper we look into the quantum realm, the more it seems that the boundary between observer and observed is an illusion, that the two are entangled, not just mathematically, but metaphysically. And this leads to a chilling thought. What if the world only becomes real when you believe in it? Think of dreams. When you're inside one, it feels real. You react, you fear, you love, but the landscape shifts with your attention. Walls disappear, people transform, logic collapses. The world molds itself to the contours of your focus. And when you wake, you realize it was never fixed. It was responsive. Now apply that same logic to waking life. What if the solidity you perceive is simply the universe stabilizing itself around your conscious gaze? What if your choices carve the quantum fog into matter and meaning? Then the double-slit experiment is not just about electrons, it's about you. It's about how you collapse your own reality every moment of your life, how you are surrounded by infinite futures, each one flickering with potential, until you step forward and force the universe to choose. This isn't mysticism, it's math. But the math points to a truth that mystics have whispered for centuries, that reality is participatory, not passive, that the world you see is not separate from the one who sees it. And this means your role in the universe is not small, it is essential. You are not an ant beneath the stars. You are the lens through which the stars know themselves. You are not a body in space. You are the instrument through which space becomes experience. And once you see this, once you truly understand what the double-slit experiment is saying, you can't unsee it. You can't go back to believing that the world just is. You realize that it becomes, and that your attention is the trigger. So, what does this mean for your everyday life? It means your focus matters. Your curiosity matters. Your willingness to ask questions matters, because the universe seems to respond not to indifference, but to inquiry. Every time you look closely, every time you pay attention, you are calling something into being. And every time you turn away, that thing retreats into ambiguity. This is not metaphor. This is physics. The double-slit experiment is a mirror. It shows you that uncertainty is not a failure. It's a feature. That reality is not a fixed wall, but a flexible field. And that you are not stuck in it. You are weaving it. And maybe that's the secret the universe has been trying to tell us all along. Not through thunder or prophecy, but through particles and patterns. That existence is a dance, not a monologue. That we are not here to witness, but to co-create. That reality doesn't unfold in spite of us, but because of us. So the next time you feel small, lost, irrelevant, remember this: a single particle waits for your gaze before deciding what to be. A single question reshapes the outcome. And if that's true for electrons, then maybe it's true for your choices, your relationships, your dreams. Maybe your life too exists in a superposition of what could be, until you look, until you choose, until you observe it into form. What you see has already happened. You live in delay. Imagine watching a live broadcast with a tiny, unnoticeable lag. The game's already been played, but you're still cheering, reacting, thinking it's unfolding in real time. Now imagine that this isn't just your TV, but your life. Every moment you see, every movement you track, every face you look into, it's already happened. You're always a few milliseconds behind reality, not metaphorically, literally. The world you perceive has already moved forward by the time your brain finishes constructing the image. You're chasing the present, but never quite catching it. And the delay, though small, is a revelation. Because it means your experience of now is a beautifully edited playback, stitched together from light, sound, memory, and expectation. You are not living in the present. You are living in the echo of it. And once you grasp this, your sense of control, certainty, and immediacy begins to dissolve. Because you realize you've never truly seen the world as it is, only as it was. Let's break down the timeline. Light from an object enters your eyes and hits your retina. That information is converted into electrical signals and sent to your brain. Your brain then processes those signals, adds context, fills in gaps, and finally delivers a finished picture to your conscious awareness. The entire process takes about 80 milliseconds. That doesn't sound like much, less than a blink. But in a world that moves as fast as ours, it's significant. By the time you react to something visually, that thing is already gone. You're not seeing the punch, you're seeing where it was. You're not watching the bird fly, you're watching its ghost trail. Even when you speak, your brain started preparing the words before you were aware of the impulse. You're always just slightly behind the steering wheel of your own life, close enough to feel in control, far enough to never be truly in sync. This delay isn't a glitch, it's a feature, a safety buffer. Your brain isn't built for speed, it's built for meaning, for comprehension, and comprehension takes time. Rather than showing you a raw, messy stream of input, your brain prefers to curate. It prioritizes coherence over accuracy. It smooths the moment. It makes things make sense, even if that means lying about when they happened, and you never notice, because you're locked inside the illusion. You think you're reacting in real time. You think your decisions are instantaneous. But every moment you live is already a memory by the time it registers. You're the narrator of a story being told on a slight delay. And the more you look for the seam, the more you begin to sense it. In déjà vu, in slow-motion fear, in the eerie gap between thought and action. Sports scientists have observed this in athletes. A baseball batter, for example, doesn't have enough time to react to a 95 mph pitch after it's been thrown. The brain can't process and respond that fast. So what does it do? It guesses. It predicts the trajectory based on prior patterns. It moves the body in anticipation, not reaction. And most of the time, it works. But sometimes, the prediction is wrong. And when that happens, the batter misses, not because of poor reflexes, but because they were reacting to the wrong version of the future. This predictive mechanism isn't limited to athletes. It's in everyone. Your brain is a forecaster. It paints the present by blending past data with best guesses about what should be happening now. The you that responds to the world is a product of this lag-adjusted forecast. And yet, because it feels seamless, you trust it. This temporal lag also explains strange phenomena. Have you ever felt like your body moved before you consciously decided to? That's because it did. Neuroscience shows that the brain's readiness potential, a buildup of electrical activity before voluntary movement, occurs hundreds of milliseconds before you're aware of making a decision. Your brain starts the action, then sends the "you chose this" signal afterward. Free will in that light becomes not a command, but a commentary, a post-event explanation. Like a sports announcer describing a play that's already occurred. You feel like the author, but you're the narrator, and the story is already underway. Even emotions live in delay. When you feel sudden fear, the response is triggered before you understand why. A noise, a movement, a shadow. Your body jolts, your heart races, and only later does your mind construct a reason. That looked like a snake. But by then, the reaction has already come and gone. The cause is retrofitted. The fear arrived first, and the explanation was fabricated to make it feel like a choice, like something you understood. This post hoc rationalization is your brain's way of keeping the illusion of continuity intact. You didn't flinch because of randomness. You flinched because you knew. Except you didn't. You just caught the echo and built a story around it. But what happens when we zoom out and apply this concept to our lives as a whole? If every perception is delayed, then every assumption built on those perceptions is also slightly off. The way you remember someone's expression, the way you interpret a tone of voice, the way you respond to danger or joy, it's all based on data that's already expired. Your understanding of the world is always catching up, and yet you make decisions, form beliefs, build relationships, all from within a loop that's slightly behind the present. This doesn't mean your life is a lie, but it does mean it's a story, and that story is based on what just happened, not what's happening now. This understanding can lead to anxiety or liberation. If you expect your reactions to always be perfect, instantaneous, fully in tune with the moment, you'll be frustrated. But if you accept the delay, you gain clarity. You give yourself space. You stop expecting yourself to be flawless in the moment and instead become aware of the lag. That awareness lets you pause, recalibrate, make room for a second look, a second thought, a second chance. Because the first reaction is always a step behind, but the second can be a step ahead. Metaphorically, it's like living in a train car with soundproof windows. You see the trees passing, the landscape shifting, but you don't hear the train. You don't feel its true speed. Everything feels slower than it is, quieter, more composed. And then, sometimes, you get a jolt, a sudden swerve or noise that reminds you, this thing is moving faster than you thought. Your perception is a passenger, the train is reality. And you're always a little behind the curve. But knowing that doesn't weaken your experience, it sharpens it. It makes you attentive, curious. It reminds you to be gentle with your assumptions and more intentional with your reactions. So next time someone startles you, or a memory shifts, under pressure, or a decision feels both instant and inexplicable, remember, you're living in delay. But that delay isn't a curse, it's a mirror. It shows you how your mind works, how it assembles the world. And that insight, once seen, clearly, lets you step just a little closer to truth. Not by racing to catch the present, but by understanding why you're always just behind it. The brain can't tell the difference between reality and imagination. You close your eyes and picture a flame, not a real one, just an image in your mind. Yet your body responds, your pupils adjust, your skin might even register the imagined warmth. The line between what you envision and what you perceive begins to blur, and this blur is not symbolic, it's neurological. Your brain, in all its complexity, lights up in nearly the same patterns whether you're experiencing something firsthand or simply imagining it. This isn't a poetic exaggeration, it's a measurable truth. Functional MRI scans show that visualizing an object, movement, or memory activates the same brain regions as physically interacting with them. The same neural circuits fire. The same chemistry floods your bloodstream. To your brain, imagination isn't pretend, it's rehearsal. It's reality without the outside world. And once you understand this, everything changes. You begin to question not just the nature of memory and fantasy, but the nature of reality itself. If your brain doesn't distinguish between what you see and what you simulate, then how do you know what's real? And how many of your emotions, your fears, your decisions are built not on the world as it is, but on the world as your mind believes it to be? It helps to think of the brain not as a camera, but as a theater. A theater where every sensation is a performance, staged by internal systems using props from memory, prediction, emotion, and expectation. You don't simply receive reality, you interpret it, construct it, filter it. You sit not in the audience of your senses, but in the projection booth. Light enters your eyes, sound enters your ears, but before anything reaches you, it is processed, edited, narrated. A voice says, "This is red." Another says, "That's danger." Another still whispers, "You've felt this before." All of it happens faster than thought, and sometimes, without any external input at all, the brain writes its own scene, a memory, a dream, a fear, and treats it as if it were real. It sends signals to your nervous system, releases hormones, changes your heartbeat. And it doesn't apologize afterward. Because to the brain, activation is truth. If the circuits fire, the experience is real. And this is why a nightmare can leave you sweating. Why a memory can bring tears. Why imagining success can raise your confidence. And imagining rejection can cause actual physical pain. The boundary between what happens outside and what happens inside is paper thin. This idea isn't just fascinating, it's foundational. It explains why trauma leaves scars that aren't visible, why placebo treatments often produce real healing, why anticipating pain can be as agonizing as pain itself. When you rehearse an experience vividly enough, your brain doesn't label it as practice. It processes it like it would a live event, and it wires itself accordingly. This is how neuroplasticity works. Your brain reshapes based on input, regardless of whether that input comes from reality or imagination. The phrase, "thoughts become things," is not mystical, it's anatomical. If you visualize yourself failing over and over, you condition your brain to expect that pattern. If you picture yourself healing, succeeding, reconnecting, the brain leans toward those outcomes as well. Not always in a mystical, manifesting sense, but in a practical, neurological one. Your beliefs mold your responses. Your expectations color your perception. What you imagine becomes the scaffolding of how you live. But this adaptive feature comes with a cost, because just as your brain can use imagination to prepare you, protect you, empower you, it can also trap you. It can replay insults until they scar. It can fabricate dangers that leave you frozen. It can simulate worst-case scenarios so vividly that your body collapses under the weight of situations that never even happened. Anxiety, in its deepest form, is the brain simulating threats in a loop, so convincingly that your body lives them as if they're real. And this leads to exhaustion, burnout, and sometimes despair. You're not weak for feeling this. You're not broken. You're just neurologically loyal to what your imagination keeps rehearsing. Your body is responding to a theater it thinks is real life. And unless you become aware of this dynamic, you might spend years reacting to illusions as though they were reality. Now, imagine the implications of this in everyday life. When someone gives you a dirty look and you imagine they hate you, your body might react with defensiveness, sadness, withdrawal. Not because of what actually happened, but because of the mental movie you built around it. When you anticipate failure before trying, your brain triggers patterns of fear and stress, potentially sabotaging your own performance. And when you long for someone, your mind might construct whole conversations, play back memories, simulate future reunions, leaving your body to experience a cocktail of longing, joy, and grief all at once. None of this is fake. It's simply internally generated. Your nervous system doesn't ask, is this happening in the world? It asks, is this happening in here? And if the answer is yes, the response is real. Hormones shift, muscles tense, thoughts spiral. This is why imagination is both a gift and a responsibility. It gives you access to every future, every memory, every possibility. But it also burdens you with ghosts, phantom futures, rewritten histories. You might live a dozen lifetimes inside your head, some joyful, others horrific, without ever moving an inch. And while that might seem like wasted energy, it's actually how the brain learns. It simulates to prepare, it rehearses to predict, but when left unchecked, the rehearsal becomes the performance, the fiction becomes the script, and the life you live is one that was chosen by reflex, not awareness. Yet this knowledge also opens a door, because if your brain treats imagination like reality, then you can use that. You can visualize not just fear, but courage, not just despair, but healing, not just defeat, but rising again. Athletes do this. Therapists use this. Meditation relies on this. You don't need external proof to begin. You need focus, repetition, intention. The images you feed your brain shape its wiring. The stories you tell yourself become the language your cells speak. So if you're going to imagine something anyway, and you are, why not make it something that serves you? And perhaps this is where science meets something sacred. The realization that your mind is not just a mirror of the world, but a co-creator, that what you imagine clearly, vividly, consistently, can nudge the real world into motion, if only by reshaping how you perceive it. Because perception shapes action, action shapes outcome, and outcome loops back to reinforce belief. It's not magic, it's psychology. But it feels like magic when you break a cycle of fear by simply daring to imagine a different version of yourself. Not a perfect one, just one who tries. So the next time your mind spirals into what-if scenarios, or replays painful scenes, or whispers failure before you begin, remember, your brain isn't trying to hurt you. It's trying to simulate survival. It just doesn't. Always know what to prioritize. That's your role. You get to direct the scene. You get to choose which simulations deserve the spotlight. And while you may never silence your imagination, you can steer it, gently, intentionally, toward a version of reality that empowers instead of paralyzes. Because in the end, your brain might not know the difference between what you live and what you imagine. But your life will be shaped by both. Your reality might be the result of a cosmic error. Imagine walking through a museum with billions of rooms, each one displaying a slightly different version of the same sculpture. Some cracked, some glowing, some bizarrely distorted. Now imagine that the version you happen to be standing in front of is not the most elegant or the most stable, but simply the one where the door happened to open. That sculpture is your reality. And the uncomfortable truth is, you may not be standing in the room of perfection or design, but rather the hallway of an accident. We like to think of the universe as a carefully calculated masterpiece, governed by finely tuned laws, birthed by cosmic elegance, held together by the grace of symmetry and precision. But what if it isn't? What if everything you see, feel, believe, and are is the fallout of a miscalculation? Not metaphorically, literally. A ripple of mathematical noise, a wrinkle in cosmic logic, a typo written into the operating system of the universe itself. This isn't science fiction. It's a legitimate, terrifying whisper inside some of the most cutting-edge theories in physics and cosmology. The equations that govern reality, quantum mechanics, general relativity, string theory, are full of elegant truths, but they also contain unresolved contradictions, places where the math breaks down, points where infinities emerge like mathematical screams of protest. The Big Bang, for example, doesn't unfold like a clean narrative. It explodes into being from a singularity, a point of infinite density, where all known laws collapse. That's not just mysterious, it's catastrophic. In computing, when a system encounters a divide by zero, it crashes. In cosmology, we treat that crash as the beginning of time, a cosmic error, a bug in the code. And yet here we are, existing in its wake, sentient ripples of an exception that somehow didn't end the program. Our universe, oddly enough, appears fine-tuned for life. Change the mass of the electron just slightly, and atoms wouldn't form. Tweak the strength of gravity by a fraction and stars would never ignite. Too much dark energy, and galaxies would be ripped apart. Too little, and the universe would collapse back on itself. It's as if reality balanced on a razor's edge, and yet held its pose. This has given rise to the anthropic principle, the idea that we can only observe a universe capable of producing observers. But there's a darker implication buried inside. Maybe the universe isn't perfectly tuned. Maybe it just happens to be good enough in a multiverse of endless failures. Maybe this version of reality was never supposed to work at all. It just stumbled forward like a broken watch that accidentally tells the right time. Let's shift the metaphor. Imagine a vast machine generating universes like lottery numbers. Trillions of combinations roll forward. Most produce chaos, stillbirths of existence that never even form a proton. But one day, by error or accident, a pattern emerges that stabilizes just long enough to develop complexity, structure, awareness. Not because it was meant to, but because, statistically, even errors can yield strange successes. You are living inside that statistical outlier. You are the consciousness that bloomed in the ruins of a failed simulation. You are the flower growing out of a software glitch. What's more unnerving is how the very structure of quantum mechanics seems to suggest that reality isn't fixed until it's observed. Particles don't exist in a defined state until they're measured, until something looks. It's not that the universe is waiting for you, but that without conscious interaction, its foundations remain in flux. Reality, as far as we know, collapses into existence through feedback loops with the mind. What if that entire mechanism, that observer-dependent model of the universe, is itself the result of corrupted logic? What if consciousness was never supposed to happen, but the system glitched in such a way that awareness was born like a flickering artifact on a corrupted screen? And it's not just physics that hints at chaos beneath the surface. Biology too contains strange footprints of error. DNA, the code that makes you, is riddled with redundancies, mutations, and failures. The human genome is full of non-coding sequences, evolutionary scars, and leftover junk that doesn't contribute to your survival. Your brain, the seat of your reality, is fallible, prone to illusions, subject to biases, and dependent on neurotransmitters that evolve through trial and error. You hallucinate consistency. You conjure narrative. You invent selfhood. Not because it was designed that way, but because it somehow functioned well enough not to die out. Every thought you've ever had might be built on biological improv. Your memory is unreliable. Your perception is filtered. Your emotions often misfire. And yet, you continue. You persist. You believe in the solidity of your experience, all the while surfing a wave of neurological chaos. Now, zoom back out. Imagine the cosmos again, not as a brilliant cathedral, but as a junkyard with one flickering light bulb that still works. That flicker is your universe, not because it's the best, but because it's the only one you can see. This is the cosmic error theory, the suspicion that reality is not optimized, not chosen, not even meaningful, but rather possible. And possibility, when played across enough iterations, eventually mimics intention. This perspective doesn't diminish existence. It doesn't make life less valuable. In fact, it does the opposite. It makes every breath more miraculous. If you are the product of a cosmic typo, if this universe was never meant to stabilize and yet did, then every sunrise is an accident that chose to be beautiful. Every moment of joy is a glitch with rhythm. Every expression of love is a symmetry that arose from noise. You are not meaningless. You are improbably real. But this line of thought also challenges something deeper: your craving for purpose. Humans are storytellers. We need reasons. We need arcs. We search for grand narratives because we are wired to organize chaos into coherence. But perhaps the greatest act of courage is to live fully in a world that may not have a script. To find awe in randomness. To create meaning in a place that may never explain why it allowed you to exist. Maybe the gods didn't build the universe. Maybe the universe didn't even mean to build itself. And yet, here you are, thinking, wondering, hoping, inside the residue of an accident that became everything. In the end, whether reality is a masterpiece or a malfunction doesn't change this. It's yours. The stars still shine. The neurons still fire. The silence between thoughts still hums with the possibility of becoming. And if this is all a cosmic error, then it is the most profound poetic error imaginable, one that dreamed up music and mathematics, laughter and longing, stories and stars, all from the broken code of infinity trying to make sense of itself. So next time you look around and feel overwhelmed by the improbability of it all, remember, you are not here because the universe was perfect. You are here because even chaos, when given enough time, can accidentally create something that feels like home. You could technically be immortal in another branch of the multiverse. You walk into a library where the shelves stretch beyond sight, each book containing a different version of your life. Some are thin, barely a chapter long, ending abruptly with a sudden fall, a missed turn, a tragedy. Others are thick and winding, detailing adventures you never remember having, lives where you became a pilot or never moved from your hometown or married someone you only briefly knew. But somewhere in that infinite library is a book that never ends. A version of you who, against every odd, survives every disease, dodges every car crash, avoids every fatal coincidence. Not by magic, but by statistical possibility. It sounds absurd, fantastical even, but it's a real consequence of quantum theory's most radical implication, that the universe constantly splits, not metaphorically, but literally, into new realities with every possible outcome. And in at least one of those branches, you never die. Not because you're invincible, but because you're the version that, at every critical juncture, simply makes it. This unsettling idea is rooted in something called the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, the math that governs particles at the smallest scales, electrons, photons, atoms, suggests that particles don't exist in one state until they're observed. Instead, they exist in superpositions, states of simultaneous possibility. When an observation occurs, say, a measurement, a conscious perception, the wave function collapses, and a single outcome emerges. But the many worlds theory proposes something more provocative, that the wave function never actually collapses. Instead, all possible outcomes occur, each in its own branch of a constantly splitting reality. You take the left path and the right. You win and you lose. You live and you die. And the universe forks silently, endlessly, with each choice, accident, or quantum twitch. But what does this have to do with immortality? A curious consequence of this idea is called quantum immortality, a thought experiment that imagines a situation like Russian roulette, a deadly setup, repeated. In most universes, the person dies, but in some, by chance, they survive. And from the perspective of the person going through it, their consciousness can only persist in the branches where they continue to live. They may see improbable survivals as luck, but statistically, they only ever awaken in realities where they remain alive. Every version where they perish becomes inaccessible. Dead branches in the tree of multiverse. In this way, your subjective experience of survival becomes self-selecting. You don't experience your own death. You experience only the paths where you live. And if every outcome exists, there must be a branch where you simply never stop waking up. It's a disturbing kind of hope, not a comforting, warm immortality, but a lonely statistical one, because that path, the one where you always live, becomes increasingly narrow. As time passes, Everything around you changes. People age, friends pass, accidents happen. In most branches, you die as expected. But you, this persistent thread of consciousness, continue only through the rare corridors where fate consistently, absurdly bends in your favor. And eventually, you find yourself in a strange place, a reality where everyone you knew is gone, where luck defines your life so consistently that it begins to feel unreal. Immortality, it turns out, might not be a blessing. It might be a sentence, an eternity of improbable escapes and accumulating solitude. And yet, we must ask, if this is possible, how would you ever know? You live your life, assuming cause and effect. You dodge a car, recover from illness, make a decision that saves you. Was it chance? Skill? Or was it a quantum branch? The only one where you still exist? You wouldn't feel the splits. You wouldn't hear the fork crack behind reality's curtain. But statistically, you'd always feel like the lucky one. You'd always be the observer who survived. And in a universe that generates every possibility, even immortality, however rare, becomes not just possible, but inevitable in at least one thread. But there's something deeper here than just the morbid thrill of survival. It's the question of identity. If you split with every choice, who are you? Are you the sum of all your versions? Or just the one reading this sentence right now? Somewhere, another you didn't open this video. Somewhere, another version of you took a different path 10 minutes ago. Each decision creates divergence. But you, subjectively, are always the continuation of you. You never feel the splits. You only feel the continuity of experience. That's the trick of consciousness. It moves forward like a spotlight, unaware of the other lights it leaves behind. And perhaps that's the real immortality. Not living forever, but always being the one who continues. The metaphor, then, is not a library. It's a hallway of mirrors, each reflecting a version of you that almost was, or still is, just beyond reach. You walk forward, but with each step, mirrors shatter and duplicate behind you. Most you'll never see again. Some will echo back. A few might haunt you. And one, the one you are, always moves ahead. The version that never stops. The last flicker of awareness in a cosmos of possibilities. But before you find comfort or fear in this idea, pause. Because while quantum immortality is a mind-bending concept, it's still a theory. A thought experiment perched on the edges of physics and philosophy. There's no experiment to confirm your survival across realities. There's no way to peer into the neighboring branches to wave at the other yous. But maybe you don't need to. Maybe what this idea really offers isn't a promise of eternal life, but a challenge to wake up, to realize that your choices ripple out into infinite futures. That your awareness, fragile and flickering, carries more weight than you thought. That to be alive now, in this branch, in this body, in this exact version of events, is already statistically astonishing. And perhaps that's the point. You don't need immortality in some distant multiverse to feel the urgency of being. You have this moment, this breath, this unbroken thread of now, and in a reality that could have gone a million other ways, that might just be enough to feel infinite. The universe has no center, yet expands everywhere. You've always pictured the universe like something familiar, a balloon inflating, a sphere growing larger in every direction, a cosmic explosion with a beginning point radiating outward. That's the metaphor they gave you in school. A bang, a center, a ripple. And yet, the truth is far stranger, and far less intuitive. The universe has no center, no middle, no edge, and yet it is expanding, everywhere, all at once. Like a magic trick in slow motion, space itself stretches between every galaxy, not from one origin point, but equally, silently, relentlessly. And this isn't philosophical poetry. It's measurable, observable, and disturbingly real. But how do you wrap your mind around something expanding without a center? To understand it, you need to abandon flat earth intuition and embrace something more like a living metaphor. Imagine not a balloon inflating from the outside, but the dough in a rising loaf of bread. The raisins inside, galaxies, don't fly away from a core. They grow distant from each other as the dough stretches uniformly. Each raisin sees every other one move away, and each has no reason to believe it isn't the center of the loaf. This is our universe, and we are one of those raisins, mistaking perspective for position. You might ask, if it's expanding, what is it expanding into? But that question itself is broken. The universe isn't expanding into space, it's creating space. It's not moving through a pre-existing void. The void is being born between the stars. Every meter between galaxies stretches into 2 meters, then 4, then more. And yet, from your position inside, you can't see space being made. You only see light, traveling longer paths. You see galaxies redshifted, meaning their light waves are stretched, softened, like a siren moving away. This redshift is how we know the expansion is real. But what we didn't expect, and what still disturbs physicists today, is that the expansion is accelerating. Galaxies aren't just drifting, they're fleeing, faster and faster, as though pushed by some invisible pressure. We named this dark energy, not because we understand it, but because we don't. And it's this dark energy that ensures there is no universal center. The universe doesn't expand from a single explosion point. It expands from within itself. Every point is equally the origin. Every point is equally nowhere. That's the paradox. And it breaks the human mind, because the human mind wants structure. It wants hierarchies. It wants beginnings and middles and ends. But the cosmos has no obligation to fit inside our categories. The Big Bang wasn't an explosion in space. It was an explosion of space. Time and matter didn't erupt into a room. They were the room being built. The bang was not loud. It was not visible. It was a quiet shift in the laws of reality. And everything that followed, the stars, the galaxies, you, are artifacts of that original stretch. But because it happened everywhere at once, there is no place we can point to and say, it started here. The start was not spatial. It was structural. And so we float inside a cosmos that has no center, but behaves as if every part is the center. The expansion makes every observer feel at rest, while every other observer seems to be moving away. That's the magic of relativity, and it's unsettling because it means we have no privileged position in the universe, not physically, and maybe not existentially. Think of it like this. You are on a train in the dark, and there are windows all around. Outside those windows you see distant lights, other trains, other passengers. Every light appears to drift away. But you cannot tell if you are moving or they are. In truth, space itself is stretching between you. It is not a vehicle. It is the track, and it moves beneath your feet whether you want it to or not. In this metaphor, there is no station, no origin point, just movement. That's what the universe is doing, and it leads to eerie consequences. One day, if the expansion continues, distant galaxies will fade out of view. Their light will never reach us. We will be alone in a cold, quiet patch of the cosmos, cut off by the very fabric that once connected us. The expansion that creates also isolates. The more the universe grows, the more it forgets itself. But there's a deeper implication here, one that hits at identity. If every point is equally the center, then the idea of a center loses meaning. And yet, humans crave a center. We want Earth to be the middle. We want ourselves to be the middle, the center of attention, the center of purpose. But the universe laughs gently at that desire. It has no middle because it doesn't need one. It's like a song that echoes in all directions at once, like a painting where every brushstroke begins anew. And maybe that's the hidden beauty. You are not at the center of the universe, but neither is anyone else, which means paradoxically that you're as central as anything can be, because wherever you are, the expansion surrounds you. The Big Bang still echoes in your bones, and your soul are inside the unfolding, not apart from it. And this is where the metaphor turns inward. Picture your life not as a journey from point A to point B, but as an expansion. Your thoughts stretch, your relationships stretch, your understanding stretches, not from a center, but in every direction. And just like the universe, you expand without knowing what you're expanding into. You create space inside yourself, for pain, for joy, for contradiction, and perhaps, just perhaps, the lesson of a centerless universe is that meaning is not fixed. It's generated. Like space, it's something that grows between things, not above them. So next time you look at the stars, don't ask where the center is. There is no center. There is only now. There is only the unfolding. And you, quiet, wondering, breathing, are part of the stretch. Some people don't have inner dialogue and don't realize it. Imagine a bustling airport terminal, the kind with dozens of gates, PA announcements echoing overhead, departure boards flickering with updates. Inside your mind, this is what it often feels like: a constant stream of arrivals and departures, voices paging your attention, ideas circling the runway waiting to land. You think, not just in flashes of images or feelings, but in words, long, winding monologues, tiny arguments, planning, remembering, questioning. You talk to yourself, not out loud, but silently, all the time. Should I wear this? Why did I say that? Maybe I'll try a different route today. It's the private theater of consciousness, the voiceover narration to the movie of your life. And because this inner voice is so central to how you experience being alive, it's easy to assume everyone else has one too. But here's the strange part. Not everyone does. Some people move through their entire day, their entire life, without a constant verbal stream in their heads. And they're not broken, malfunctioning, or even aware that anything's different. Their minds are quiet in a way that's hard to imagine, especially if your own is always buzzing. And this realization that inner dialogue isn't universal is one of those invisible lines between worlds. You might not even know which side you're on. Let's start with the basics. Inner speech is the phenomenon where you experience your own voice in your mind, not metaphorically, but literally, as if someone is speaking in your head. It can range from clear, continuous narration to fragmentary whispers or scattered sentences. For many, it's like having a mental co-pilot. Someone to rehearse conversations with, replay memories, narrate intentions, and critique behavior. This dialogue often operates beneath the surface, like background music, sometimes helpful, sometimes distracting, sometimes cruel. But for others, the mind works differently. Instead of a verbal stream, thoughts arrive fully formed, as images or intuitions, without being spoken internally. These people might still have complex reasoning, rich emotional lives, sharp memories, but their thinking isn't accompanied by language. It's like navigating the world through touch and texture instead of maps and instructions. This revelation often comes with shock. People who do have inner speech are stunned to learn others don't, and those who don't are equally surprised that some people live with a non-stop narrator inside their skulls. For years, both groups assume their experience is standard. Why, wouldn't they? You don't typically question the texture of your own thinking. It's the water you swim in. It's only when asked to describe it that the differences emerge. In one study, participants were prompted randomly throughout the day to record their inner experience. The results were striking. Some people reported frequent internal monologue, others reported none, and most fell somewhere in between. But, crucially, many didn't realize how unusual or common their pattern was. Here's the metaphor. Your mind as a house with windows or mirrors. For some, the mind has windows. Thoughts are visible, structured, verbal. You can see your mental landscape laid out, like watching weather pass across the sky. You hear yourself think, question, explain. You live in a mind made of light and narration. But for others, the mind has mirrors. Instead of seeing out, they feel inward. Thoughts arrive not in words, but in knowing. Like recognizing a face, without recalling the name. They experience clarity, emotion, and insight, but without the sound of speech. Both houses are inhabited, both are alive, but they feel profoundly different on the inside. These differences raise big questions. Is one way better, smarter, more evolved? Not at all. Inner dialogue isn't a marker of intelligence or emotional depth. It's just a cognitive style, shaped by genetics, development, language exposure, and perhaps even personality. Some people have vivid visual imaginations. Others think in symbols, colors, or spatial relationships. Some think in music. Some feel rather than verbalize. The diversity of thought is wider than we imagine, and most of us never stop to explore it. We assume a universal human experience, when in reality, we live in parallel mental worlds. But the presence, or absence, of inner speech affects how you relate to yourself. For those with internal monologue, self-awareness often takes the form of conversation. You reason through problems by talking to yourself. You comfort, discipline, or reflect using language. Your sense of self is partly linguistic, a story told in the first person. But for those without this voice, self-awareness might be more immediate, less processed, less mediated by language. Emotions are felt in the body. Decisions are made instinctively. Thoughts arise fully formed. These individuals might struggle to articulate what they know, not because they know less, but because their knowledge isn't stored in sentences. This can create friction in relationships. One person assumes their partner is choosing not to communicate, when in fact, the partner may genuinely lack the internal scaffolding to explain what they're feeling. Or two people argue, each thinking the other is being dishonest or evasive, when really, their minds are structured in ways that make communication itself fundamentally different. It's like trying to send an email to a person who only reads handwritten letters. The message might arrive, but it needs translation. Education, too, favors certain styles. Traditional schooling relies heavily on verbal processing, reading, writing, discussing. Those without strong internal dialogue may struggle not because they lack insight, but because they don't think in the format being tested. And yet, they may excel in fields that require spatial reasoning, visual creativity, or holistic thinking. The inner voice is not a measure of worth, just one of many ways the mind can function. Even the experience of memory changes. People with internal monologue might replay events in words. She said this, then I said that. Others might remember the tone of a moment, the light through a window, the feeling in their chest. Language gives you tools to reconstruct time, but it's not the only tool. Memory, after all, isn't a tape recorder. It's a reconstruction, shaped by what you pay attention to, how you interpret events, and what you're able to describe. And if you can't describe something in words, you might still remember it. Just not in a way that translates easily to speech. So what happens when people begin to realize these differences? Some feel isolated, like aliens discovering their thoughts are fundamentally unlike those of their peers. Others feel relief, finally understanding why they struggle with inner conflict, or why silence feels more natural than speech. Some try to develop an inner voice through journaling or meditation. Others lean into their nonverbal strengths. But the key isn't to fix yourself. It's to understand yourself, to stop assuming your mental process is universal, and to approach others with the same curiosity. This awareness has implications for empathy. We often judge others by how well they articulate. We assume those who can explain themselves are more self-aware, but explanation is a skill, not a sign of depth. And silence isn't always emptiness. Sometimes it's insight waiting for a form. By recognizing the diversity of inner experience, we open the door to deeper connection, not based on similarity, but on respect for difference. And culturally, we've long romanticized the internal monologue. From Hamlet's soliloquies to modern self-help, we treat thinking as talking. We narrate our lives, assume a constant mental voice, and pathologize silence. But maybe silence isn't the absence of thought. Maybe it's the space in which thought breathes. Maybe the quiet mind isn't broken, but simply tuned to a different frequency. So the next time you catch yourself talking inside your head, ask, who am I talking to? And if the voice ever goes quiet, don't panic. Maybe it's not silence. Maybe it's just a different kind of knowing. A softer kind. A kind that doesn't need words to be real. Free will might be biologically impossible. Imagine walking into a grand control room. The kind found in sci-fi movies. Rows of glowing buttons, walls lined with levers, a massive central screen displaying your every move. You approach the main console, expecting to find yourself in charge. But there's a problem. None of the buttons work. The screen doesn't respond to your commands. You press, pull, shout, but everything has already been decided. And worse, it all still plays out as if you're in control. That illusion, the sense that you're piloting the ship, is comforting. But what if your mind is more like that powerless operator, witnessing decisions after they've already been made, narrating actions it never truly chose? This is the unsettling idea at the heart of modern neuroscience. That free will, as we understand it, might not exist, not because we don't act, but because we don't choose in the way we think we do. What if your sense of agency is less like a steering wheel and more like a rearview mirror reflecting a road already traveled? Let's start with the science. In the 1980s, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet conducted a now famous experiment. He asked participants to move their finger whenever they felt the urge. Using electrodes to monitor brain activity, Libet discovered something strange. The brain showed signs of preparing the movement before the participant became aware of deciding. That is, the readiness potential, a measurable spike of neural activity, came before conscious intention. You didn't decide, then act. You acted, then noticed. This finding rocked our understanding of choice. Since then, the research has deepened. Later experiments, using fMRI and more sensitive tools, have shown that scientists can predict a subject's decision several seconds before they report making it. Not always with 100% accuracy, but with eerie reliability. Enough to raise a disturbing question. If your brain starts the process before you're aware, then who exactly is in charge? Your conscious mind, it turns out, may be more of a storyteller than a commander. Think of it like a press secretary, explaining decisions to the public after the fact, smoothing over inconsistencies, inventing coherence where there is none. You think, I chose the red shirt because it's bold, but your brain might have nudged your arm that direction, based on subconscious emotional cues, temperature, or memories you didn't even register. And yet, once the action occurs, your mind builds a narrative to make it feel deliberate. This isn't deception, it's survival. The illusion of control helps us function. It gives us moral frameworks, accountability, and a sense of identity. But the illusion, no matter how useful, remains an illusion. Now consider your daily life. How often do you choose your thoughts? You're walking, and suddenly an idea appears, uninvited. You're talking, and a phrase slips out that you didn't plan. Emotions surge without warning. Desires arise without permission. You didn't decide to be attracted to that person, or to feel irritated in traffic, or to fear rejection. Those experiences bubbled up from somewhere deeper, below the surface of your conscious awareness. And once they do, your mind scrambles to justify them. I yelled because they disrespected me, or I bought that because it was on sale. But those are post hoc rationalizations. The real decision was made silently, invisibly, and the explanation is a kind of cover story. This brings us to a metaphor. Your mind as a haunted house, full of rooms you've never visited. You think you live only in the front foyer, well lit and organized. But behind closed doors, ghosts stir, old traumas, forgotten memories, inherited beliefs, biological drives. You hear footsteps upstairs and convince yourself you made them. You feel a chill and say it's your choice to shiver. But the house is alive in ways you can't fully control. The deeper forces, evolution, chemistry, environment, move through you, around you, sometimes as you. And all the while, your conscious mind insists that it is the architect, not just the tenant. To be fair, this doesn't mean we are robots. You're not helpless. You can reflect, question, redirect. But those abilities are tools your biology gave you, not proof of autonomy. Even your capacity to pause and reconsider was shaped by genes, neurons, and nurture. You didn't build the system. You just woke up inside it. Consider habits. They form through repetition, not decision. You don't choose to crave sugar after years of indulging it. You don't select your accent, your biases, your comfort zones. They arrive as defaults, installed early, updated by experience, hard to uninstall, and yet you feel free. Why? Because your brain evolved to protect that feeling. A creature that doubts its own agency might hesitate, falter, collapse. Belief in free will fuels motivation, ambition, even love. It gives us a sense of responsibility, but perhaps responsibility can still exist without the illusion. Maybe it means guiding the forces within us, not being their source, but their steward. Think of a surfer on a wave. The surfer didn't make the wave. They didn't choose when or how it would rise, but they can ride it. Skillfully, clumsily, courageously. The wave is nature. The ride is art. And free will, if it exists at all, is the space between impulse and action. Tiny, flickering, but real enough to matter. But this space is not infinite. It's shaped by genes, hormones, culture, context. A child born into war, poverty, or trauma doesn't have the same internal levers as one born into safety and love. Our choices emerge from a landscape we did not design. That's why compassion matters. That's why judgment fails. When we punish someone for bad behavior, we often assume they could have chosen differently. But science suggests otherwise. Their brain, their past, their wiring, all of it pushed them toward that act. Does this mean we stop holding people accountable? No. But it does mean we should hold them with understanding, not just blame. The legal system, education, religion, all these rely on the belief in free will. Without it, our structures wobble. But maybe they don't have to collapse. Maybe we shift the narrative. Instead of, "You freely chose this," we say, "This happened. Through you, what now?" The focus becomes not past guilt, but future possibility. Rehabilitation over retribution. Curiosity over condemnation. And personally, what does this mean for you? It means being humble. It means accepting that not all your thoughts are yours, that your anger might be inherited, that your dreams might be echoes of unmet needs. But it also means you're not stuck. The brain is plastic. Change is possible. You can't erase the architecture, but you can renovate. You can plant new stories, disrupt patterns, invite better ghosts. The self, then, is not a king ruling over the mind, but a ship floating in currents, adjusting sails, reading stars, learning to navigate. And free will? Maybe it's not the freedom to choose anything, but the awareness to see what's choosing for you. Maybe it's the brief moment you notice the puppet strings and, with grace, learn to dance anyway. So the next time you act and feel the rush of certainty, "I chose this." Pause. Ask yourself where the desire came from. Who shaped it? When did it start? What does it serve? The more you ask, the more you see. The control room is deeper than you imagined. The buttons still glow, the screen still moves, but somewhere behind, the curtain, the script is already in motion. And your role is not to write it from scratch, but to read it well, question it fiercely, and when possible, improvise a better ending. Some people don't recognize their own reflection. Imagine standing in front of a mirror and seeing a stranger, not metaphorically, not in the poetic way people talk about losing themselves, but literally, as if your mind can't draw the connection between the face in the glass and the person you are. That moment, that rupture, isn't just confusion. It's a breakdown in the bridge between self and surface, between identity and image. There's a rare neurological condition called mirror self-misidentification, where this happens. People look into a mirror and sincerely believe they are looking at someone else. Not because they've forgotten who they are, but because something deeper, something silent and automatic in the brain, has stopped linking their sense of self to their visual reflection. But here's the twist. You don't need a rare disorder to experience this disconnect. In a quieter, more subtle way, we all do. You've walked by a window and caught your own reflection and paused, unsure. You've stared at a photo of yourself and thought, "That doesn't look like me." These aren't flukes. They're glimpses, clues that your self-image is not as stable, not as rooted as you think. Your brain doesn't store a perfect picture of you. It stitches one together, piece by piece, day by day, memory by mood. And sometimes the patchwork doesn't line up. Sometimes the emotional version of who you are, the version you carry in your mind, doesn't match what the mirror returns. The brain stutters, the link falters. You see yourself and don't. In truth, your reflection is always a delayed reconstruction. Your eyes receive light, your brain interprets that light, and what you see is more prediction than perception. You think you're looking out, but you're also looking in and through. The mirror may show your face, but your mind shows your idea of yourself. When those two don't match, when your posture, your expression, your age, your weight, your mood contradict the self-image your brain prefers, you feel that strange dissonance. That who is that moment? It's not the mirror lying. It's the brain glitching, hesitating, choosing between two versions of you, the one you were expecting and the one that is. And this disconnection is not just visual, it's emotional. For those who suffer from depersonalization or derealization disorders, the reflection becomes alien not because of memory failure, but because of a deeper philosophical fracture, a feeling of being unreal, like a ghost haunting your own body. You know it's your face, but it doesn't feel like it. You raise your hand, and the mirror responds, but it feels performative, distant, like watching someone else puppeteer your movements. This experience, terrifying as it sounds, is not limited to those with diagnoses. Anyone under extreme stress, trauma, or prolonged disconnection from themselves, from their values, their desires, their truth, can begin to drift. And when they do, the mirror becomes a portal not into the self, but into a question. Who have I become? And in that silence, when words fail and memory feels fogged, the reflection becomes a confrontation. Not just with how you look, but with what you've endured. Not what the world sees, but what you no longer recognize. Mirrors are honest, but honesty without context can be cruel. The mirror doesn't show your memories, your sacrifices, your growth. It doesn't show what you meant to say, only how your lips hang silent. It doesn't show your kindness, only the lines that time has carved. So we learn to mistrust it. We look quickly, adjust what's visible, and walk away, hoping the world sees something truer than we do. But deep down, we wonder, if we can't fully recognize ourselves, how can anyone else? And it doesn't stop there. This uncertainty seeps beyond mirrors, into voice memos that don't sound like us, into videos where our gestures feel foreign, into moments where we laugh and suddenly wonder if that laugh really belongs to us. It's as if our identity is being filtered through a prism, refracted by expectation, pressure, fatigue, fear. And each reflection is just one version, one angle, never quite whole. There's a metaphor in mythology, Narcissus, who fell in love with his reflection and was destroyed by it. But the modern danger isn't falling in love with our reflection. It's falling out of belief in it, seeing the surface and feeling no spark of recognition. Not out of vanity, but vacancy. You scroll through selfies, profile pictures, curated portraits, and still feel like none of them are you. That's not ego, that's exile. And sometimes the most dangerous kind of lost is when you're looking right at yourself and still feel invisible. In a world of constant presentation, where your image is fragmented across platforms and screens, the question becomes louder. Which version is me? The smiling one posted for approval, the tired one glimpsed late at night, the confident one from months ago, or the uncertain one in the mirror now? Identity, once felt like a compass, becomes more like a weather vane, shifting with the winds of attention, feedback, nostalgia, and the weight of trying to stay consistent across all mirrors, real or digital, becomes exhausting. But there's another truth, quieter but more powerful. Your reflection was never supposed to define you. It was meant to remind you, to whisper back pieces of your presence, to anchor you when the winds of the world pull you away from yourself. It's not meant to validate who you are. It's a canvas, and like all canvases, it changes with the light, the angle, the moment. So when you see someone in the mirror who doesn't look familiar, it might not be that you've become a stranger. It might be that you've grown beyond the image your brain still holds. We don't outgrow mirrors, But we do outgrow the stories we once attached to them. The hairstyle that used to mean confidence, the weight that used to mean worth, the expression that used to mean failure. These associations were taught, and they can be untaught. The face you see is not an enemy. It's a messenger, sometimes tired, sometimes unfiltered, sometimes out of focus, but always waiting for you to look deeper. The path forward isn't in fixing the mirror. It's in updating the internal portrait, in recognizing that you're not meant to stay, frozen in time. Your reflection will change. Let it. Your smile might soften. Your posture might slouch. Your eyes might grow more serious. That doesn't mean you've lost yourself. It means you're alive. It means your story has chapters. And the person in the mirror isn't someone you should recognize all the time. There's someone you should get to know, again and again. Because the deeper truth is, identity is a dialogue, not a monologue. And sometimes, you need to meet your own eyes like you would an old friend. With curiosity, not certainty. Look past the flaws, past the assumptions, past the surface metrics that the world tells you to care about. Look into the mirror not for perfection, but for presence. Because even when you feel far from yourself, even when the reflection feels off, there's something more consistent than your appearance, your resilience, your curiosity, your will to keep showing up. These don't wrinkle, these don't grey, these don't fade under harsh lighting. So the next time your reflection startles you, don't look away, look closer. Not at the hair, the eyes, the skin, but at the story behind them. The days you survived, the things you learned, the silent battles no camera captured. You are in there, you always were. But like all deep truths, sometimes it takes a second glance and a quieter mind to truly see it. And when you do, when you let your gaze soften and your thoughts quiet, you might find that the person in the mirror isn't a stranger. They're a survivor, a witness, a becoming. And that recognition, that gentle yes, might be the beginning of coming home to yourself. Most of the universe is missing, and we don't know why. You've walked into rooms and felt something missing. Your keys, your phone, a word on the tip of your tongue. But imagine stepping into the universe itself and realizing that almost everything is gone. Not lost, not broken, just absent. Picture a stage where the lights are on, the curtains drawn back, and the actors in place, but 95% of the props, scenery, and substance are invisible. You look up at the night sky and see stars, galaxies, a universe glittering with presence. But what if I told you that everything you can see, touch, measure, or even imagine makes up less than 5% of what's actually there? The rest, the overwhelming majority, is missing, and no one knows where it is, what it's made of, or why it refuses to show itself. We call it dark matter and dark energy, two placeholders. For our ignorance, two invisible titans that shape everything we know without ever letting us see their face. This isn't science fiction. This is modern cosmology. This is the quiet panic of physicists who have realized that the universe is a puzzle missing nearly all its pieces. And the metaphor that comes closest? Imagine reading a novel where every sentence makes sense, but the plot, the characters, the motivation are hidden between the lines, written in ink that no eye can see. That's our universe, a legible illusion floating on a vast sea of mystery. Let's start with what we can see. Stars, planets, dust clouds, galaxies, all of it, collectively, makes up less than 5% of the total matter-energy content of the cosmos. Less than 5. It's like tasting the icing of a cake and calling it dessert, never realizing that the real substance lies beyond your perception. The other 95% is divided between dark matter, about 27%, and dark energy, a staggering 68%. We didn't stumble on these ideas out of curiosity. We were forced to invent them. When astronomers mapped how galaxies spin, they found something strange. The outer stars weren't slowing down as they should. Based on the mass we could account for, these galaxies should have torn themselves apart, but they didn't. Something unseen was holding them together, an invisible scaffolding, like ghost hands gripping their edges. We named it dark matter, not because it's dark like shadows, but because it doesn't interact with light at all. We can't see it, reflect it, or touch it, but it must be there. Otherwise, gravity itself stops making sense. Galaxies would unravel. Clusters would drift apart. The entire large-scale structure of the universe, the vast cosmic web of matter, stretching across billions of light-years, would collapse. Dark matter, then, isn't just a curiosity. It's the hidden glue of the cosmos, a silence that binds stars. But the mystery doesn't stop there. In the late 1990s, something even stranger was discovered. Two teams of astronomers, studying distant supernovae, found that the expansion of the universe wasn't slowing down as everyone expected. It was accelerating, not just growing, but growing faster and faster, as if some unseen force was pushing everything outward with increasing speed. This made no sense. Gravity should pull things back together, or at least slow their departure. But instead, space itself was stretching, swelling, racing ahead. To explain this, scientists coined another ghost: dark energy. Unlike dark matter, which pulls, dark energy pushes, a cosmic anti-gravity that seems to fill all of space, driving galaxies apart. But what is it? No one knows. Some think it's the energy of empty space itself, a quantum leftover. Others think it's a placeholder for something we haven't even begun to imagine. But whatever it is, it's enormous. It dominates the energy balance of the universe. We are not just surrounded by mystery, we are immersed in it, floating in an ocean of absence. Think of a painting. You see the brush strokes, the colors, the forms. But what if someone told you the canvas was 95% invisible, and that every shape you admire was suspended on something you can never perceive? That's the modern view of cosmology. The stars are real, the galaxies are real, but they are floating in a medium we cannot name. It's like listening to music but only hearing the melody, never the bass that holds it together. The harmony is implied, the structure is felt, but the substance remains hidden. And perhaps the most haunting part is this: dark matter and dark energy are not things we misunderstood. They are things we never understood. They are not distant theories awaiting confirmation. They are gaps in the middle of our best science, foundations we walk on every day without ever seeing the floor. It's not that we're blind. It's that the universe is playing a different game with rules it hasn't revealed. You might wonder, if we can't see them, how do we know they're real? Because their effects are everywhere. Gravitational lensing, where light from distant galaxies bends around invisible mass. Galaxy formation simulations, where dark matter halos must be included for the structures to match reality. Cosmic microwave background radiation, whose subtle temperature fluctuations encode the fingerprints of both dark matter and dark energy. It's not faith, it's evidence, but it's indirect, like hearing footsteps in an empty room. You know, someone's there, you just can't find them. And this forces us to ask a deeper question. What is real, anyway? Is it what you can touch, see, measure? Or is it what exerts force, what leaves trace, what shapes outcomes? If dark matter and dark energy shape the universe without ever being seen, are they less real or more? And what about us, creatures made of the rare 5%? Are we anomalies, flukes? Did the universe build a stage of emptiness just to let a few lights flicker for a moment? Or are we the tips of icebergs peeking out of a sea of hidden truth? Some theorists wonder if dark matter is made of exotic particles, WIMPs, axions, sterile neutrinos. Others speculate it's not matter at all, but a failure in our understanding of gravity. Some even suggest dark energy is an illusion, an artifact of cosmic perspective. But the more we search, the stranger it gets. Underground detectors built to catch dark matter particles have found nothing. No collisions, no signals, just silence, like chasing a ghost that always stays one step ahead. And yet, if we stop chasing, everything we know collapses. Our models break. The universe becomes an orphan, detached from its own behavior. So we keep hunting, not because we understand, but because we need to. But maybe there's a different way to see it. Maybe the missing universe isn't hiding. Maybe it's teaching, reminding us that knowledge is not ownership, that certainty is not a right. That mystery is not a flaw in the code. It is the code. That the darkness isn't a void, but a veil. And what lies behind it may not be alien, but more familiar than we can imagine. Perhaps we are not the first to wonder. Perhaps we are walking a path that has no end. Because the further we reach, the more we find ourselves surrounded not by answers, but by questions dressed as silence. The universe is not a solved equation. It is a riddle that grows deeper with each clue. And maybe that's the point. Not to solve it, but to seek it, to listen, to wonder, to be shaped by what we don't yet understand. So the next time you look at the night sky and feel comforted by the stars, remember, they are the exception, not the rule. They are sparks floating in an unseen sea. And you too are one of those sparks. A brief flicker of awareness, drifting through a cosmos made almost entirely of things no one has ever touched, no one has ever seen, but that shape your every breath. The mystery isn't out there. You're breathing it. You're built from its rarest pieces. You are the known, staring into the unknown. And maybe that's what it means to exist at all. Not to grasp everything, but to be lit by the contrast between what you know and what you can't yet imagine. To shine for a moment in a darkness that holds everything. There might be infinite versions of you in other universes. Imagine standing at a hallway lined with mirrors, not just two mirrors facing each other, but thousands stacked side by side, each reflecting a slightly different version of you. One mirror shows you with a different haircut, another wearing different clothes, a third standing beside someone you never met in this life. As you step forward, the reflections become stranger. In one, you're smiling at a stranger who feels familiar. In another, you're wearing a uniform you never owned, holding a trophy you've never won. The hallway stretches on endlessly, and the unsettling realization sets in. These are not reflections. They are realities. Each one as valid as the life you're living right now. Each one a version of you that took a different path. And suddenly, your sense of self begins to fracture, not into confusion, but into expansion. Because if the universe is infinite, then so are you. This idea isn't just science fiction. It's rooted in the unsettling implications of quantum physics and cosmology. In quantum mechanics, particles don't commit to a single state until they're observed. Until then, they exist in a superposition, multiple possibilities at once. The famous Double-Slit experiment showed that particles act like waves of probabilities until someone looks. Once observed, the wave collapses into a definite outcome. But the many worlds interpretation, one of the leading explanations, proposes something more radical. It suggests that the wave function doesn't collapse. Instead, every possible outcome happens in separate parallel universes. When you flip a coin, in one universe it lands heads, in another tails, in yet another it flips forever. And the same principle might apply to you, your choices, your regrets, your unlived lives. If that's true, then right now, in this moment, there are countless versions of you walking different roads. Some are almost identical. Same thoughts, same memories, just one breath ahead or behind. Others are wildly different. In one, you moved to that city you only dreamed of. In another, you never met the person who broke your heart. In a third, you pursued the passion you abandoned for safety. And in a fourth, you're not even human. Each version unfolds like a branch on a cosmic tree, growing outward with every decision, every possibility, every particle interaction. You are not a single line. You are a multiverse of potential. It's tempting to think of these other versions as what-ifs or fantasies. But according to the physics, they are just as real as this one. You just happen to be experiencing this thread. Consciousness, in this view, is not fixed to one universe. It's a flashlight sweeping across pages of a book where all the stories exist simultaneously. Your awareness makes one narrative feel real, but the others are still there, running in parallel just out of reach. And if you could somehow shift your attention, like tuning a radio, you might wake up in a different life with no memory of the one you're in now. That life wouldn't feel alternate. It would feel like the only one. And maybe that's already happened. Many times. Now the metaphysical implications begin to ripple. If there are infinite versions of you, each making different choices, what does that mean for free will? Are you the author of your life? Or just one version of yourself reading one outcome? It's easy to feel disoriented. But there's also something liberating in this idea. It means that no single decision defines you completely. That mistakes don't lock you in. That possibility is a law, not a luxury. It means that for every door you didn't open, there is a version of you who did. For every goodbye you regret, another you said yes. You are not the sum of one story. You are the intersection of countless narratives, and the paradox deepens. Because while this may sound empowering, it also introduces a kind of existential vertigo. If all outcomes happen, what does it matter what you choose? Why strive? Why care? But the truth is, your experience is still real. You still feel pain, joy, regret, love. Your story matters because you are living it. Even if there are others, even if there are infinite paths, this one is yours. And perhaps that's what gives it meaning. Not its uniqueness, but your presence within it. Think of the multiverse like a library. Infinite books on infinite shelves. Each book is your life, written differently. Some are thrillers, some are tragedies. Some are so similar they differ by a single sentence. Others are unrecognizable, but you can only read one at a time. Your consciousness is the reader. And even if the other books exist, this is the one, you're inside. And so the question is not, which is the real you, but what will you do with the page you're on? This idea has been echoed in art, in religion, in dreams. The concept of parallel selves is ancient. In some myths, there are spirit doubles, shadow selves, astral twins. In dreams, you might visit places you've never been, speak languages you don't know, live lifetimes in seconds. What if those aren't creations, but glimpses? What if your mind, in sleep or silence, crosses universes without knowing? What if déjà vu is not memory, but resonance? Two versions of you brushing past each other for a flicker of time. The psychological weight of this realization can be profound. You start to see yourself not as a single identity, but as a pattern, a structure that repeats with variations, and that reframes everything. When you fail, you remember. Somewhere, you succeeded. When you hesitate, you remember. Someone with your face was brave. When you feel alone, you realize, across the stars, you are never alone. You are everywhere. And that thought, though cosmic, can be intimate, because it reminds you that you are not trapped. You are not doomed by your past. You are fluid, but be careful. This isn't an excuse to escape accountability. You can't say, another version of me made the right choice so I don't have to. That's like watching another person exercise and expecting to get fit. Your actions here still shape your experience. This is your branch of the tree. You water it or you don't. You write or you erase. The other versions may exist, but they are not living this moment. Only you are. So what do you do with this knowledge? You stop living like your story is fixed. You stop treating your life like a narrow hallway and start seeing it as a field. A vast open field of choices, each one blossoming in different directions. You stop fearing regret, not because it disappears, but because it no longer defines you. And you start to walk forward with curiosity, not certainty. Because if the multiverse is real, then life is not a sentence. It's a language, and every version of you is speaking a different dialect of the same truth. I am possible, and maybe, just maybe, somewhere out there, another you is listening. You'll never truly know if anyone else is conscious. Imagine standing in front of a window at night, lights off behind you, looking out into a city full of lit windows, each one glowing, alive, hinting at lives unfolding behind the glass. You can see movement, shadows passing, blinds closing, but you don't hear the voices. You don't feel their thoughts. You don't sense their inner world. You only know your own. And this, in essence, is the most quietly disturbing truth about consciousness. You will never truly know if anyone else has it. You will never feel what they feel. You will never be in their mind. Not because of a technological limit, or because no one has invented the right tool, but because there is a wall between minds that no science has ever breached, a veil that thought cannot pierce. You can observe behavior, interpret words, read faces, but none of it proves that there's someone inside the skin you're looking at. And once you realize that, the world begins to look eerily hollow, like a stage filled with brilliant actors, perfect in expression, flawless in emotion, yet you cannot shake the possibility that it's all a performance. Not out of deceit, but out of absence. This is the problem of other minds, not just a philosophical puzzle, but a psychological ache, because no matter how close you are to someone, how much they say they love you, or cry in your presence, or hold your hand through fear, you are still locked inside your own experience, and they are locked in theirs. The bridge between is not certainty, it's trust, and trust, by definition, accepts what it can never verify. We've tried for centuries to crack this mystery. Philosophers posed it as a thought experiment. Scientists approached it like a problem of measurement. Psychologists observed infants, primates, machines. But all roads loop back to the same void. There is no test that confirms consciousness. Not truly. We can measure brain activity, detect emotion, record pain responses, but these are signals, not experience. Lights on a dashboard, not the road being driven. The question isn't whether someone behaves like they're conscious. It's whether there's anything it feels like to be them. And that question collapses the moment you try to answer it from outside. You know what it feels like to be you, to be hungry, ashamed, in awe. But when you look at another person, you see a body, a face, a stream of language. You assume the rest, because the alternative, that no one else feels, that no one else is unbearable. And yet, logically, you can never rule it out. You might be the only locus of awareness in a world of perfect illusions. Other people smile, laugh, scream, but you've seen machines do that too. You've seen actors cry without feeling. You've watched birds mimic human speech. The surface is never the proof. The proof lies underneath, and you can't dig into someone else's experience. It is by nature private, unshareable, entirely internal. This isn't to say others aren't conscious, only that you don't have access to their consciousness. And that distinction matters, because we often behave as if knowing someone means sharing their inner life. But empathy, no matter how deep, is still projection. You simulate their pain through your own memory of pain. You mirror their joy through your own pathways, but you never enter their stream of awareness. You only imagine it, like watching a character in a film and forgetting the story was written. Your brain fills in the blanks so seamlessly that you believe the experience is shared. But it's not. It's mirrored, echoed, guessed. Even in your closest moments, intimacy, grief, love, you are still alone inside your skull. The connection you feel is real, but it's a feeling, not a channel. And that's what makes this topic so haunting. We are wired to assume others are conscious, but we are never allowed to know it. Now imagine this as a room of mirrors. Every person you meet reflects back signs of life, words, gestures, reactions, but behind each mirror is uncertainty. Some may have minds like yours, others may not. There's no way to test it, because any test would only measure the reflection, not the source, and this opens the door to terrifying possibilities. Could someone pass every test of consciousness, yet feel nothing? Could a robot, with perfect mimicry, fool the entire world into believing it was alive, without ever experiencing a single moment? More disturbingly, could a human do the same? What if the people around you, those you admire, those you fear, are as hollow as the dolls they once played with? This isn't paranoia. It's a structural blind spot in how minds work. We are locked inside ourselves, and the doors do not open. But in that isolation, there's also something profound, because the very fact that you feel, that you know what it means to be aware, makes you part of a rare phenomenon, a flicker of subjectivity in a universe otherwise filled with silence. Stars explode, rivers flow, atoms collide, but they do not know. You do. Or at least, you think you do. And that's enough to distinguish you from everything else. You are a window through which existence sees itself. A mirror angled inward. And that is not a small thing. It means you carry something unprovable, but unmistakable. Something private, but precious. And when you look at another person, the best you can do is hope. Hope that behind their eyes is a mirror too. That they, like you, are peering out from within. This is where ethics enters, because if you cannot know who is conscious, you must assume the possibility that everyone is. Not for safety, but for sanity. Because the alternative, treating others as NPCs until proven otherwise, destroys the fragile foundation of meaning. It severs the only thread connecting one inner world to another. So instead, we choose to believe. We speak to others as if they hear. We comfort them as if they suffer. We love them as if their hearts respond. Not because we know they're conscious, but because we want them to be, need them to be. Because a world full of mirrors that never reflect back is not a world we can survive in. And maybe that's the deeper truth. That even though you'll never know if anyone else is conscious, your life depends on acting as if they are. Because only then can trust exist. Only then can kindness mean something. Only then can love be more than projection. You can't verify another person's soul, but you can speak to it, sing to it, suffer with it. And in doing so, you shape a world where consciousness matters, even if it hides behind glass. So, no, you'll never truly know if anyone else is conscious. But you'll keep talking, keep reaching, keep believing. Because somewhere, in one of those lit windows, someone might be looking back. Your gut can control your decisions, without you knowing. You like to think you're the captain of your mind. That your choices, what you buy, who you trust, who you love, what you fear, are the result of conscious reasoning, of thought processes, formed in that mysterious theatre behind your forehead called the brain. And yet, beneath all of that, there's a silent partner. An ancient, churning presence coiled deep in your abdomen. It has no voice, no thoughts, no opinions in the traditional sense, but it has influence, immense influence. It nudges you when something feels wrong. It flutters when you're nervous. It twists when danger approaches. And astonishingly, it can override your rational thinking. This isn't poetry. This is biology. The truth is that your gut, your literal physical gut, can control your decisions without your awareness. You are in part a puppet of your own intestines, and the strings are pulled not with malice, but with microbes. Let's begin with the strange but crucial fact. Your gut has a brain of its own. Not metaphorically, a real one. It's called the enteric nervous system, and it contains over 100 million neurons, more than your spinal cord. It doesn't just digest food. It communicates constantly with your central nervous system. It can operate independently. It can react, process, decide. Some neuroscientists refer to it as the second brain, but this framing may underestimate it. It's not second, it's parallel. It doesn't take orders, it participates. And what's more astonishing is that much of what it decides on your behalf, it never consults you about. You don't feel it making those decisions. You just are the result. The gut talks to your brain through a superhighway called the vagus nerve. It carries electrical impulses, chemical signals, hormonal data. When you feel stressed, your gut slows digestion. When your gut is inflamed, your brain feels foggy or anxious. But this communication isn't just about physical states. It affects emotion, memory, and even moral judgment. Consider this. In a study where participants were shown emotionally charged images while having their gut flora altered with probiotics, their emotional reactions changed. That means your microbiome, those trillions of bacteria living inside you, can shift how you feel about the world. Think about that. The mood you're in might not be yours. It might be your bacteria whispering suggestions up your spinal cord. Now let's use a metaphor. Imagine a crowded theatre where your conscious brain is seated in the front row, watching life unfold on the stage. You believe you're the director, but what you don't see is that backstage, behind the curtain, there's an ensemble of unseen performers, bacteria, hormones, gut nerves, manipulating the props, adjusting the lighting, delivering lines through hidden speakers. The audience hears the play and assumes it's yours. But much of the script is ghost-written by your gut. You just improvise the best you can, and this influence extends far beyond food. Your gut affects your social behavior. Studies on mice have shown that when you transplant the microbiome of a bold mouse into a timid one, the timid one becomes bold. Similar effects are now being found in humans. People with depression often show disrupted gut flora. In some trials, changing the gut flora with specific probiotics reduces anxiety. What you think is a you problem might be a microbiological imbalance. There are bacteria that produce dopamine, serotonin, GABA, neurotransmitters once thought to be produced solely in the brain. In fact, over 90% of your serotonin, the feel-good chemical, is produced in your gut. So, when you're happy, when you fall in love, when you feel peace, part of that may be intestinal chemistry, not divine joy or rational reflection. And here's where it gets stranger. Your gut can anticipate decisions before you're aware of them. Before you choose to speak, move, or act, your body prepares. This is seen in studies involving the readiness potential, where brain activity precedes conscious decision-making. But now, researchers are finding similar signals that originate in the gut. In other words, your gut might begin reacting to stimuli before your conscious mind catches up. You might think you made a gut decision, when in fact your gut made it for you and simply sent a memo to your brain afterward, which your mind interprets as intuition. But why would evolution allow this? Why would your body hand over such vital controls to your intestines? The answer lies in survival. The gut is where the outside world meets the inside. Food, toxins, bacteria, what you consume shapes your internal universe. A faster, more direct, decision-making system evolved in the gut to bypass the slower, more complex deliberations of the brain. If a meal smells off, if an environment feels hostile, if a person triggers a visceral unease, your gut acts fast. You may not know why you avoid that alley, that stranger, that seafood dish, but your gut does. And often it's right. Still, the implications are uncomfortable. Because if your gut can influence your choices, what else can it shape? Your beliefs? Your political views? There's emerging evidence that gut flora correlates with risk-taking behavior, fear responses, and even social bonding. We are just beginning to understand how deep the roots go. You are, in a very real sense, an ecosystem in motion. Your decisions are co-authored by creatures that live inside you and die inside you, who never sleep and who outnumber your human cells. You are not a singular self. You are a colony, a consciousness suspended above a bacterial parliament. This understanding isn't meant to strip you of agency, but to deepen your awareness. It's a call to humility. Your thoughts are yours, but they are also shaped, edited, colored by invisible hands. You may feel hunger and think it's physical, but it may be emotional. You may feel aversion and think it's rational, but it may be microbial. You may feel love and think it's cosmic, but it might be gut serotonin dancing through your bloodstream, triggered by the smell of skin or the memory of comfort food. So what does it mean to be human in light of this? It means that consciousness is not a cathedral sitting on a pedestal. It's a marketplace, messy, loud, layered. It means you must be gentle with your mind, because not everything you feel is your fault. It means you must be curious about your instincts, because not all of them are wrong. It means you must nourish your body not just to survive, but to think clearly, love deeply, and decide wisely. The gut is not your enemy. It is your anchor, your co-pilot, your ancient churning bacterial oracle, and maybe, just maybe, that uncomfortable feeling in your stomach right before a big decision isn't fear. It's truth, vibrating from the core of your being. Listen, not everything wise wears a crown. Some things grow in the dark and whisper through the blood. Everything you perceive is a reconstruction, not the real world. You've never actually seen the world, not directly, not as it is. What you see is a version of the world, processed, filtered, translated, like a painting of a landscape you've never visited, drawn by a mind trying its best to guess what's out there. Every sound you hear, every color you see, Every texture you feel isn't the world itself, but your brain's interpretation of electrical signals triggered by contact with it. You don't perceive reality, you perceive a rendering of it, a reconstruction, a simulation built from fragments, stitched together so seamlessly that it fools you into thinking it's real. But just like a map is not the terrain, and a photo is not the person, your experience of the world is not the world. It's a best guess, a user interface designed not for truth, but for survival. And once you see the layers, once you realize how much editing goes into even a single moment of awareness, your certainty starts to crack. You begin to question what you trust, your eyes, your memory, your senses, and the ground beneath your understanding starts to shift. Because if what you perceive is a reconstruction, then reality itself becomes something forever out of reach, something you can only approach, never grasp. Let's begin with something as basic as color. You look at a strawberry and call it red. But red doesn't exist in the strawberry. There are no colors in the external world, only electromagnetic waves of different frequencies. The object reflects certain wavelengths, your eyes absorb them, and your brain assigns a label, red. But red isn't out there. It's in here, in your mind. The world doesn't have color. You do. And that illusion stretches beyond vision. When you hear a bird chirp, what's actually reaching you is a rapid fluctuation in air pressure. Your ears convert that into electrical signals. Your brain then decodes those signals and gives you sound. You're not hearing the bird. You're hearing your brain's translation of vibration. The same goes for smell, taste, touch. Everything you experience is a chain of inferences built on raw data your nervous system interprets. You're not immersed in reality. You're immersed in your brain's interpretation of it. But the deception goes deeper. Because your brain doesn't just process input, it fills in gaps, constantly. The world moves too fast, and your senses are too limited to catch everything. So your brain cheats. It smooths over the blind spots in your vision. It guesses what should be behind your blinking. It invents continuity where there is none, and you don't notice because the illusion is designed to be invisible. You feel like you're watching a seamless movie, but the raw footage is patchy, noisy, incomplete. Your brain is editing the film as you watch, cutting and pasting scenes before you're even aware of them. And the editing isn't neutral, it's biased, tilted by memory, emotion, expectation, context. Two people can witness the same event and walk away with entirely different realities, not because one is lying, but because their brains built different stories, and each one feels true. That's the frightening part. Consider this. Every time you recall a memory, you're not retrieving a file, you're rebuilding it, reconstructing it using fragments, feelings, associations. And each time you do, the memory subtly changes. It drifts, it reshapes. What you remember from your childhood might feel vivid, but it's a collage of guesses and updates. And yet, it feels real. Just like the world outside your window, you believe you see it. You believe it's there. But what you see is a version that has passed through a dozen filters before it reaches your awareness. There is a delay, however brief, between the moment light hits your retina and the moment your brain says tree, cloud, car. And in that delay, editing happens. Reconstruction begins. Meaning is assigned. And you never see the raw footage. You never hear the unprocessed sound. You live in the edited version. This has evolutionary roots. Early humans didn't need to perceive objective truth. They needed to detect food, predators, shelter, social cues. So evolution shaped our senses not for accuracy, but for efficiency, for survival. What you see is not the real world. It's the interface, like icons on a computer screen. When you drag a folder to the trash, you don't need to know how the hard drive rewrites the data. You just need a simple metaphor, a trash can. That's your experience of reality, not the data, the metaphor. And just like an interface hides the complexity beneath, your consciousness hides the messy, raw mechanics of what's really happening out there. You get the summary, the shortcut, the metaphor that lets you function without being overwhelmed. This is why two people can argue over what happened, and both feel absolutely right. They experienced different reconstructions. Their brains built different versions of the event based on different priors, emotions, assumptions, fears. This is why eyewitness testimony is often unreliable, why memories change under pressure, why perception is malleable, even hacked by stress or trauma. And it's not a flaw in design. It's how the system works. Your brain isn't a passive recorder, it's an active builder. And every moment of your life is shaped by what it builds. But once you realize that your perception is a construction, not a reflection, a strange kind of freedom opens up. Because if your experience is malleable, so is your relationship to it. You can't change reality, but you can change how you reconstruct it. You can train your attention, alter your interpretation, influence the story your brain tells. And this is the foundation of everything from mindfulness to cognitive therapy to artistic creation. You are not doomed to a fixed perspective. You are a storyteller with editing rights. And the more aware you become of the reconstruction, the more power you have to shape it consciously, rather than unconsciously repeating the same interpretations over and over. Still, this insight comes with humility. It means you must doubt your certainty. Because the world you see, the people you judge, the problems you face, might be different than you believe. Your anger, your fear, your craving, your assumptions. Each one might be rooted in a perceived world, not the actual one. And while that doesn't make your feelings invalid, it makes them worth examining. Because if your brain is building the world, then questioning the blueprint might change what you see. So the next time you walk into a room and feel rejected or praised or threatened, pause. Ask, is this what's really happening? Or is this my reconstruction? Is this the world as it is? Or the world as I've been taught to see it? Your answer might not come easily, but the asking itself breaks the illusion. And once the illusion cracks, you gain a rare kind of awareness, not of the world itself, but of the lens you're using to view it. And sometimes that's enough to shift everything. Because in the end, your brain's job is not to show you truth, it's to keep you alive. But your job, once you become aware, is different. Your job is to see clearly, to recognize that every thought, every sensation, every memory is a reconstruction, a story being told to you, by you. And while the raw world may remain unreachable, your perception of it is yours to reshape, thought by thought, frame by frame, not to escape reality, but to engage with it more honestly. To peel back the surface and begin to ask the quiet, unsettling question beneath all awareness. Not what is out there, but what am I choosing to see? There are no solid objects. Everything is mostly empty space. You tap your fingers on a wooden table. It feels firm, unyielding, solid. But what if that sensation is a lie? What if beneath that reassuring surface, nothing is actually there? Not nothing in the poetic sense, but nothing in the literal physical sense. When you press your hand against any object, a wall, a chair, your own chest, you're not really touching matter in the way your mind imagines. You're interacting with a force field, a cloud of probabilities, a dance of energetic repulsion. The table is not a block of substance, packed edge to edge with material. It's mostly emptiness, just like you. And this isn't philosophy, it's physics. At the scale of atoms, everything you consider solid is 99% empty space. The protons and neutrons huddle in the nucleus. The electrons orbit at a distance. If an atom were the size of a cathedral, its nucleus would be a marble in the center. The rest is void. And yet your world feels full, dense, tangible. Why? Because of how your senses and your brain are wired to interpret reality. The illusion of solidity is not a flaw in the universe. It's a survival mechanism, a trick your consciousness plays to keep you from falling apart. To grasp this paradox, picture a city at night. Skyscrapers rise like crystals, but they're not continuous monoliths. They're lattices of steel and glass and air. From far away, they seem solid. Step closer, and you see windows. Walk inside, and you find open space. Now shrink your perspective down, not to the size of a person, but to the scale of atoms. That same structure appears again, but infinitely more dramatic. The atoms that form everything, the walls, the books, your skin, are tiny islands of energy surrounded by oceans of void. And the forces that hold them in place, electromagnetic interactions, repulsion fields. Nothing touches anything else in the traditional sense. When you sit in a chair, you're hovering above it by the microscopic tension between the electrons in your body and the ones in the chair. It's all force, not contact. Solidity is a sensation, not a structure. This idea unravels centuries of instinct. We evolved in a world where seeing meant believing, where weight meant substance, where resistance meant reality. A rock thrown at your face doesn't feel empty, but zoom in deep enough, and you'd see it's a loose agreement between scattered particles, maintaining just enough form to trick your brain. The deeper you dive, the more structure dissolves. Molecules become atoms. Atoms become nuclei surrounded by clouds. Even the protons and neutrons inside the nucleus aren't solid. They're made of quarks held together by gluons, fleeting particles popping in and out of existence. It's turtles all the way down, but the turtles are mostly air. And yet, somehow, out of this near emptiness arises every experience you've ever had. The smell of rain, the warmth of sunlight, the ache of loss, all illusions built from interactions between things that are hardly there. But this revelation is not just a scientific curiosity. It's a metaphor for everything you trust. Solidity isn't just about furniture or flesh. It's about certainty. It's about feeling grounded. You want to believe the world is made of things you can lean on. Rules, structures, truths. But just like atoms, those too dissolve under close inspection. Social systems, ideologies, even personal identities. What appears solid is often scaffolding, patterns of repetition, agreements between minds, invisible frameworks built from habit and belief. You press into them, and they resist, but not because they're dense, because they've been shaped to hold their form, until they don't. And yet within this emptiness lies a strange kind of beauty. Emptiness allows motion. It allows possibility. Imagine a violin string drawn across air. If space were filled to the brim with matter, no note could vibrate, no breath could flow. Emptiness gives shape to everything. It is not absence, it is potential. And perhaps that's the deeper truth. What we mistake for solidity is just structure, built atop spaciousness. Your thoughts, your body, your relationships. None of them are fixed. They are waves, rhythms, pulses of energy navigating through the emptiness between. Even memory is like this. A scattering of sparks across synaptic space. Never quite solid, always shifting. So what does this mean for you? The person tapping your fingers on the table. It means you are not made of stuff. You are made of space. That holds the illusion of stuff. You are a pattern in a void, a structure of energy pretending to be mass. And so is everyone else. The people you love, the people you fear, the world you move through every day. All of it is mostly nothing, and yet from that, nothing emerges. Thought, sensation, meaning, life. It's humbling to know that the most reliable things in your world, your bones, your breath, the ground beneath your feet, are built on a lie your mind tells itself to make, sense of motion and form. But maybe that's not a flaw. Maybe it's a kind of grace. Because in a universe made of near nothingness, the miracle is not that things fall apart. It's that anything holds together at all. The universe might loop eternally, big bangs, repeating forever. Picture a clock without numbers, hands, or a ticking sound. Just an infinite circle, smooth and endless, carved into the face of time itself. You can't tell where it begins or ends. It loops perfectly. Now imagine that this isn't just a clock. It's everything. Every atom, every galaxy, every thought you've ever had, spinning not just once, but again and again, through a rhythm so vast and patient that even eternity forgets its dancing. This is the unsettling, hypnotic possibility offered by some cosmologists. that the universe doesn't just end or expand forever, but resets, that it collapses and begins again, and again, and again, not metaphorically, not poetically, but physically, cosmologically, and with cold mathematical indifference. You may be living in one of many acts of an infinite cosmic play, where the curtains fall only so they can rise again, and your role, our role, repeats. Not because of fate, but because the stage demands it. To understand this, step back to the familiar Big Bang, the explosive birth of everything. You've heard the story. 13.8 billion years ago, all matter, energy, space, and even time itself exploded into existence from an unfathomably dense point. Since then, the universe has been expanding, stretching like a balloon. But what if this isn't the first time the balloon inflated? What if it has inflated before, deflated, collapsed inward, and then inflated again, each time with the same laws of physics, the same potential for stars, life, and perhaps even the same you? This idea isn't science fiction. It's called the cyclic or oscillating universe model. It proposes that instead of a singular creation, the cosmos goes through endless epochs of birth, death, and rebirth. Universes may rise and fall like breath, like tides, like the swing of a pendulum whose anchor is space-time itself. Let's dig deeper. In the early 20th century, Einstein's general relativity suggested that the universe could be either expanding or contracting. Later, observational evidence, most notably Edwin Hubble's discovery that galaxies are receding from us, confirmed the universe was indeed expanding. But what's driving it? Enter dark energy, a mysterious force that appears to be accelerating this expansion. Here's where things get weird. If the expansion continues forever, galaxies will drift so far apart that stars will burn out, matter will decay, and the universe will end in what physicists call heat death, a cold, dark stillness where nothing can happen. But what if dark energy isn't constant? What if it changes, weakens, reverses? Some models predict that, under the right conditions, the expansion could stop, and the universe could begin to contract. Galaxies would draw closer, stars would collide, space itself would crumple inward, and all matter would collapse into another singularity, a big crunch, which might then explode again into a new Big Bang. And this new bang, it might not just create a new universe, it might create a similar one, maybe even identical. This leads to the ultimate mindbender. In an eternal cycle, everything that has happened, every conversation, every decision, every war, kiss, tragedy, and triumph could happen again. Not just once, not metaphorically, literally, over and over. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche called this the eternal recurrence. A thought experiment meant to test how you live your life. If you had to live this same life eternally, would you choose it? But physics may turn that thought into a mechanism. If the universe reboots endlessly and the physical laws remain constant, then it's conceivable that the same configurations could arise again. You might be reading this very sentence an infinite number of times across the endless tapestry of cycles, and you'd never know. Now, let's talk metaphor. Imagine a record player with a scratch, a small skip that causes the same few seconds of a song to repeat. If the scratch is just right, you won't even realize the repetition. The music feels continuous, the beat feels new, but it isn't. The needle jumps back, the song replays, and you, the listener, are none the wiser. The universe could be like that. Not because it's broken, but because the groove of physics leads it back to the same refrain. You live, you die. The stars burn, the stars fade. Gravity tightens its grip. Everything folds inward. Then, like breath, after drowning, bang, it begins again, new but familiar, different but the same. Recent advances in cosmology, particularly from string theory and loop quantum gravity, offer frameworks where such cycles might be mathematically viable. In some models, the Big Bang isn't a beginning, but a bounce, a result of a previous universe collapsing. In others, higher dimensional branes collide in a cyclical fashion, triggering periodic explosions of space-time. These are not settled science. They are radical, fringe hypotheses. But they are taken seriously by serious scientists because they solve real problems. Like why the universe seems so flat, so smooth, so fine-tuned for life. A cyclical universe would allow time to stretch out long enough for imperfections to iron themselves out. It would give the cosmos multiple tries to get it right. But here's the twist. Even if this is true, even if we are living in the billionth reboot of reality, there's no way to remember the last one. The end of a universe is not a fade to black. It's the erasure of all structure, all memory, all causality. The next Big Bang doesn't carry forward a memory chip from the last. It's a clean slate, born from ash and silence. So even if your atoms have danced this dance 1,000,000 times before, each step still feels new, still feels yours, and maybe that's enough. This perspective changes how we see time, not as a line, but as a loop, not as a path toward entropy, but as a spiral of rebirth. In most human narratives, death is final. But what if it's a hinge? Not an end, but a point of turning. In a cyclic universe, endings are beginnings. Collapse is creation. And the story is never really over. It just changes its mask. So what do you do with this knowledge? Does it make you feel small, repetitive, insignificant? Or does it offer something freeing? If everything repeats, maybe what matters isn't the outcome, but the experience. Maybe your life isn't a one-time performance, but a verse in a cosmic song sung forever. And maybe your choices, though they vanish, echo across loops. Even if the next you doesn't remember this one, maybe it feels it. Maybe kindness, courage, love, even fleeting, leave an imprint on the groove. The looping universe isn't just a cosmological idea. It's a mirror, a challenge. It asks, if this is all going to happen again, how will you show up next time? How will you treat this moment, this breath, as if it echoes into forever? And most importantly, if you were offered the chance to ride the loop again, would you say yes? Most of the brain's processing is unconscious. Imagine trying to operate the world's most complex supercomputer, blindfolded, with no manual, and only the soft hum of its fans to hint that it's even on. That's your life. Because the brain you live with, the brain you think you understand, is not only vastly more powerful than anything humans have ever built, it's also largely hidden from you. You think you are the driver of your thoughts, the originator of your choices, the captain of your consciousness. But in truth, you're more like a passenger in a ship that's already halfway to its destination by the time you realize you're even on board. Most of what your brain does, it does without your permission, without your awareness, and without leaving a trace. From interpreting billions of bits of sensory data every second, to coordinating complex muscular actions, to shaping your emotional responses, and even scripting the illusion of your free will. The unconscious mind is the architect behind the curtain, and the conscious self, the one that thinks it's in control, is more like a narrator trying to keep up with a story that's already been written. You don't decide what to feel, you notice what you're feeling. You don't choose your thoughts, you discover them, like echoes from a deeper chamber. And by the time those echoes reach your awareness, they've already shaped what you're going to do next. The metaphor is simple. Imagine a theatre. On stage is the conscious mind, the actor, the voice, the script, but beneath the stage is a labyrinth of machinery. Pulleys, levers, spotlights, audio cues, all working in harmony to create the illusion of a seamless performance. That's your unconscious brain. It moves the props. It changes the lighting. It builds the scene before you ever step into it. And just like in a real theatre, the audience only sees what the director wants them to see. They don't know there's a crew of 100 sweating backstage to make the illusion flawless. In your case, that backstage crew is your subconscious, processing. And it's doing far more than you think. Take vision, for example. You might believe you open your eyes and see the world directly. But vision is not a passive experience. It's an active construction. Light hits your retina, yes, but what you see is a stitched-together approximation, built by inference, filled in by prediction, and shaped by memory. Your brain guesses what's out there and shows you a cleaned-up version it thinks will be useful. You never see raw reality. Only the tailored version your unconscious mind builds on your behalf. And this invisible processing isn't limited to sight. It's in your hearing, where your brain fills in missing sounds. It's in your memory, which isn't a replay, but a reconstruction. It's in your emotions, which emerge from ancient unconscious circuits long before your rational mind can explain them. The feeling of fear, for instance, can rise in your body before you ever know what you're afraid of. Your pulse quickens, your stomach tightens, and only then does your conscious mind invent a reason. Like a news anchor reading headlines after the event already happened, you are always a few seconds behind. And those seconds are everything. They're the gap between stimulus and response, between trigger and behavior, between life and the story you tell yourself about life. Even your decisions, the things you swear you choose, often arise unconsciously. In famous neuroscience experiments, researchers have been able to predict which button a person will press, left or right, several seconds before the person reports making the decision. The brain shows activity in the motor cortex before the subject becomes aware of wanting to move. What does that mean? It suggests that your choice was already on its way, already brewing in the dark, long before you claimed it. And this discovery doesn't just shake our confidence in free will, it reshapes our entire sense of identity. If we are not the ones steering, then who are we? Are we observers, commentators, or just the tip of an iceberg floating on a sea of hidden mechanisms? Let's go deeper. Your brain is constantly absorbing patterns of language, of social dynamics, of environmental cues, and adjusting your behavior accordingly without you ever knowing. You walk into a room and instantly feel tension. You meet someone new and feel drawn to them or repelled, with no idea why. You get a gut feeling not to trust someone. You avoid a street corner without knowing it's because a shadow reminded you of something traumatic. These are not divine signals, they are computations. Your brain calculates risks, predicts outcomes, matches current input against past data, and prepares your body to act, all while you believe you're just going with your instincts. But instinct is not magic. It's math. It's biology. It's a billion neurons whispering to each other in silence, crafting the world you think you see. Now ask yourself, what else is your brain doing without your permission? It controls your heartbeat. It regulates your breathing. It adjusts your pupil dilation based on emotional state. It activates the immune system in response to stress. It files memories while you sleep. It prunes connections you no longer need. It creates the sense of you, a coherent narrative self, out of fragments, habits, and scattered neural activity. And it defends that narrative, fiercely, even when it isn't true. The unconscious mind doesn't just manage background tasks. It shapes your reality. It decides what's important. It hides contradictions. It smooths over the chaos. It lies to keep the illusion alive. But it does this not out of malice. It does this to help you survive. Because consciousness is expensive. It's slow. It's resource intensive. The brain only uses it when absolutely necessary. Like a flashlight. In the dark, most of the time it operates in the shadows. Think about how much you do on autopilot. Driving, walking, typing, scrolling, even talking. Once learned, behaviors get delegated to unconscious circuits. That's efficiency. That's evolution. But it means that your waking life is often lived by a part of you you don't even know. And that part of you, that vast, silent, invisible intelligence, is in charge. It always has been. So what should you do with this knowledge? Panic? Deny it or embrace it as a humbling reminder that you are more than what you think, that you are not just the voice in your head, but the machinery beneath it, that the real you is not a single spotlight, but the entire stage. Your unconscious mind is not your enemy. It is your foundation, your protector, your builder. It may be hidden, but it is not lost. And if you learn to listen to its whispers, to your instincts, your dreams, your body, you may find that understanding doesn't always come from thinking harder. Sometimes it comes from quieting the noise and letting the deeper processes speak. Because beneath the words, beneath the logic, beneath the polished thoughts you present to the world, there is a vast, unconscious ocean. And you, the conscious mind, are just the ripple on the surface. You are not separate from that ocean. You are its echo. Your identity is just a story your brain tells itself. Not all prisons have bars. Some are made of sentences, stitched together from childhood memories, labels, expectations, and the persistent illusion that there is a single, unchanging you watching it all unfold. Imagine a marionette made of words and symbols, dangling not by strings but by stories, narratives whispered inside your skull from the moment you could form thoughts. These stories don't come from nowhere. They form like sediment, layer by layer. Your name, your culture, the roles you've been told to play, the ones you've rebelled against, the traits you've clung to out of pride or fear or survival. But what if this story you call me isn't a window into your true nature, but a kind of mask? A well-rehearsed monologue that your brain performs to make sense of chaos? What if the self, as you know it, is more like a character in a novel than a fact of biology? And what if that character changes slightly every time you remember it? Your identity feels solid because it's repeated constantly, like a favorite song on loop. The refrain becomes familiar. I'm the kind of person who, or that's just who I am. But underneath those refrains is something unstable, something shifting. Neurologically, there's no single self-center in the brain. Instead, identity is the result of distributed processes: memory recall, sensory integration, emotional regulation, pattern recognition. These processes aren't lined up like soldiers. They're scattered like stars, blinking on and off depending on mood, circumstance, and context. And your brain doesn't track a true you beneath all that. It simply pieces together a working narrative, a best-guess storyline that allows you to function socially, emotionally, and psychologically. You aren't a static truth. You're a story told in present tense, being revised in real time. Think of your mind like a theatre director who's lost the original script. Each day, it assembles a version of the character you're playing, drawing from fragments of memory, habits, feedback from others, and cultural scripts. The stage lights rise, and there you are again, remembering who you're supposed to be. But the performance is adaptive. Around parents, you become the obedient child. Around friends, the witty storyteller. At work, the competent professional. Alone, you shift yet again, often into someone more vulnerable, more quiet, or more lost. These shifts don't mean you're fake. They mean you're fluid. The self is not a sculpture, but a stream, and yet the story insists otherwise. Because a story demands continuity, a protagonist, a moral arc. And so your brain edits out contradictions, rationalizes inconsistencies, and fills in the blanks like a novelist desperate to meet a deadline. The truth is messy. The self is curated, even. Your memories, the pillars of your personal history, are not objective files, but reconstructed hallucinations. Each time you recall a memory, you rewrite it slightly, influenced by your current mood, beliefs, and expectations. Studies have shown that your memories aren't stored like videos but like puzzle pieces, fragmented, interpretive, malleable. So the you that you remember, the brave one, the awkward one, the hurt one, is a blend of what actually happened and what you needed it to mean. This creates a psychological illusion, continuity. You feel like you've been the same person your whole life, but you haven't. You've been evolving, molting skins, shifting values, forgetting core truths, inventing new ones, and still, the story stitches these eras together like beads on a string, because the alternative, that you're a drifting, inconsistent creature of the present, would be too disorienting to bear. Let's use a metaphor. Picture a book written in invisible ink. You can't see the words until a special light shines on them. Each morning when you wake up, your brain is that light, revealing a version of the story of you. But the ink changes over time. What you see today might differ from yesterday. A paragraph that once comforted you now reads like a lie. A chapter you forgot reappears with new meaning. And the deeper truth? There is no master copy, no authoritative edition. only this ever-changing book that feels permanent because it's all you've ever known. You are the reader and the author, the narrator and the protagonist, all at once, editing, rewriting, and sometimes skipping entire pages without realizing it. And this fluidity, while destabilizing at first, is also a kind of freedom. It means you're not trapped by your past. It means you can evolve. The story can change. You can decide that the chapter labeled failure was actually a turning point, that the villain was misunderstood, that the supporting character who left wasn't your whole plot. This doesn't mean lying to yourself. It means recognizing that the self was never a photograph, but a painting, one you've been layering for years. And like all paintings, it can be touched up, reinterpreted, even transformed into something new. This is why therapy can work, why journaling helps, why traveling changes you, because they all offer you new lenses, new lights to shine on the invisible ink. But there's a catch. Stories seek coherence. They resist chaos. When something happens that doesn't fit the narrative, betrayal, trauma, radical insight, your brain either distorts it to fit or shatters the story entirely. This is what identity crisis looks like. Not a loss of truth, but a rupture in storytelling. Suddenly, the main character doesn't make sense anymore. Suddenly, the plot is unclear. These moments hurt, but they also hold potential. In the silence after the story breaks, you can listen more closely to what's real. You can separate who you are from who you've been pretending to be. So the next time you catch yourself saying, "I've always been this way," pause. Ask yourself who wrote that line. Was it a teacher, a parent, a fear, a wound? And is it still true or just familiar? The self is sticky. We cling to it because it grounds us. But sometimes to grow, you have to let go of the old script. You have to step off the stage, wipe off the makeup, and sit quietly in the dark theatre seats, listening not to the performance, but to the silence beneath it. In the end, maybe identity isn't a thing you have, but a story you tell. And like all good stories, it changes as you do. Which means you are not broken for evolving. You are not lost for questioning. You are not fake for having many faces. You are human, alive in the paradox of being both narrator and narrative. And the most powerful thing you can do, perhaps, is not to find yourself, but to become the kind of author who writes with honesty, courage, and the willingness to edit. Because the story of you isn't finished, and it never was. Some particles. Know you're going to measure them before you do. Imagine standing in a vast ancient theatre where the actors only begin performing the moment you open the door, as if they've been waiting in silence just for your entrance. But what if, somehow, they knew you were coming before you even arrived? What if they began adjusting their lines, their gestures, their costumes, not when they saw you, but because they somehow sensed that you would see them? This isn't fiction. In the strange world of quantum physics, something eerily similar happens. Subatomic particles, so small, so foundational to our reality, appear to behave as though they anticipate our observations, not just react to them. Anticipate. Experiments have shown that particles seem to decide their state based on how they're going to be measured, even when the measurement choice is made after the particle has already done its thing. It's called the delayed choice quantum eraser, and its implications are nothing short of reality shattering. It suggests a world in which cause and effect are not linear, in which time doesn't flow in one direction, and in which the universe might, at its deepest level, be aware, at least in some mysterious way, of your intentions before you act on them. Let's rewind to the classic double-slit experiment, a foundational test in quantum mechanics. When electrons are fired through two narrow slits toward a screen, they don't behave like tiny bullets. Instead, they interfere like waves, creating patterns that suggest each particle passed through both slits at once, like a ripple splitting in two. But when you observe which slit the particle goes through, the wave behavior disappears. The particle chooses one path. Observation collapses possibility. But now let's twist that further. What if you only decide whether or not to observe the slit after the particle has passed through? That's what physicist John Wheeler proposed. In the delayed choice setup, it seems the particles somehow knew what you would do later. If you chose to measure its path, it behaved like a particle, retroactively. If not, it behaved like a wave. It's as if your future action reached back and rewrote the past. And then came the quantum eraser version, where you could even erase the which path information after the fact, and the interference pattern would reappear, like undoing a measurement after it already happened, like whispering a command to the past and having it obey. But what does this mean? Are particles psychic? Is reality editable? Are we witnessing the edge of time itself cracking open? These are not spiritual metaphors. They are empirical results, recorded in labs, repeated, peer-reviewed, and undeniable in their strangeness. It suggests that the fabric of reality isn't made of things, but of information. That reality doesn't solidify until it's known, and perhaps more unsettlingly, that knowledge itself may bleed across time. If the universe is a computation, a kind of grand simulation, then particles might not exist independently of the code that renders them. And your observation, your conscious, deliberate act, may be part of that code's execution. In that sense, it's not that particles know anything in the way humans do. It's that your act of observation completes the logic of their existence. The future folds into the present. Intention shapes what once seemed fixed. The metaphor here is not a theatre, but a choose-your-own-adventure book that writes its early pages based on which chapter you decide to read first. The story reshapes itself to match your decision, regardless of when you made it. Imagine flipping to chapter 8, only to find the introduction suddenly rewritten to match the choice you just made. That's what reality appears to be doing at the quantum level. The beginning responds to the end. The act of reading determines what was written. It shatters our sense of linearity. We've long thought of time as a river, flowing steadily forward. But quantum experiments whisper of something else. A web, not a stream. A web where every touch ripples outward and inward, entangling before and after in a strange, timeless dance. And this makes you wonder, what if your thoughts, your intentions, your focus aren't just passive perceptions of an objective world, but active sculptors of reality's timeline? What if consciousness doesn't merely record events, but subtly participates in arranging them? This doesn't mean you can will yourself into winning the lottery or levitate spoons with your thoughts. But it does suggest that at the subatomic level, the act of observing, the simple presence of awareness, has consequences. And those consequences might not be bound by the rules we've come to trust. Time, in this view, is not a strict chain of cause and effect. It's a strange feedback loop, a Mobius strip, where the future and past blur. You live your life believing in sequence, that what you do now shapes what happens next. But what if that arrow bends? What if some of the things you experience are reflections not just of your past actions, but of your future intentions? It would mean that the self isn't a fixed point in time, but a process distributed across moments, a consciousness threading its way through a probabilistic maze, adjusting the corridors as it walks them. And while that sounds deeply unsettling, it also carries something profound. It means you are not merely drifting downstream, you're also in some strange way weaving the current as you move. Ultimately, the delayed choice experiments reveal not that particles think, but that the universe may be more relational than we imagined. That reality isn't a pre-written script, but a collaborative unfolding, where your awareness helps determine what is true and when. And while we may never fully understand how a photon chooses a path, or how the present can echo into the past, one thing is clear: the boundary between observer and observed, between mind and matter, between now and then, is far more porous than we were ever taught to believe. Space isn't empty. It's full of invisible fields and fluctuations. We often imagine space as a silent void, an endless cold canvas stretching infinitely in all directions, filled with nothingness except for the occasional star or planet. But this picture is an illusion, a mental placeholder for something far stranger and more alive. What we call empty space is not empty at all. It's more like a restless ocean, seemingly calm from a distance, but in reality teeming with invisible currents, hidden storms, and constant ripples that never stop moving. Imagine standing on a frozen lake that looks solid under your feet. Yet beneath the surface, the ice is cracking, reforming, whispering with energy. That's space, still on the surface, seething underneath. Quantum field theory, one of the most successful frameworks in modern physics, tells us that every particle in the universe is an excitation, a ripple, of an underlying field that spans all of space. There isn't just one field, but many. A field for electrons, a field for quarks, a field for photons. And these fields don't switch on when particles appear. They are always there, always vibrating, always fluctuating, whether we detect anything or not. Even in the absence of particles, even in the deepest vacuum we can engineer, these fields remain. They hum with what physicists call vacuum fluctuations. Brief, spontaneous eruptions of energy that arise from the very fabric of reality and then vanish almost instantly. It's as if the universe is playing a game of quantum whack-a-mole beneath our feet. Particles pop into existence, then annihilate before they can be seen. This isn't science fiction, it's measurable. In fact, the Casimir effect, a real and observed phenomenon, proves that vacuum fluctuations are not only real, but can exert physical force. When two uncharged metal plates are placed extremely close together in a vacuum, they are mysteriously pulled toward one another. Not because of gravity or magnetism, but because the quantum fields between them are subtly different from the ones outside. The so-called empty space is doing the pulling. This leads us to a deeper realization. Space is not a background. It's not a passive stage where the cosmic drama unfolds. It's an active participant in the story. Space is dynamic, flexible, and saturated with potential. Like the surface of a trampoline, it bends under weight, snaps back when disturbed, and responds to motion. This is the essence of Einstein's general relativity, that gravity is not a force in the traditional sense, but a warping of space-time itself, a deformation in the invisible fabric caused by mass and energy. You don't fall toward the Earth because it pulls you. You fall because Earth has reshaped the space beneath your feet. But even that image falls short, because general relativity, for all its elegance, doesn't describe what space is made of. It treats it as a smooth continuum, like silk stretched across the universe. Quantum theory disagrees. It suggests that, on the smallest scales, space is granular, discrete, foamy. At the Planck length, far smaller than any microscope could ever resolve. Space may be composed of tiny, jittering chunks, constantly fluctuating like pixels flickering on a broken screen. This so-called quantum foam is more like boiling soup than calm emptiness. The closer you zoom in, the more violent and unpredictable everything becomes. This quantum turbulence isn't just theoretical. It might be responsible for dark energy, the mysterious force accelerating the expansion of the universe. It might also underpin virtual particles, which affect particle behavior even when no real particle is present. These fluctuations can alter the energy levels of atoms, affect light as it travels, and might even be connected to the Higgs field, which gives particles mass. In other words, the vacuum isn't a void, it's a hidden engine, constantly generating, influencing, and shaping the universe at every level. To visualize this, imagine a massive, invisible loom woven with countless threads of light, energy, and information. Most of the time, these threads cancel each other out, leaving the illusion of calm, but occasionally, the weave knots, stretches, or vibrates, creating matter, motion, and form. The loom is space itself, and everything we call something, stars, atoms, thoughts, is a brief twist in its invisible threads. There's another layer to this: entanglement. Quantum entanglement suggests that particles can be linked across vast distances, such that the state of one instantly affects the other, regardless of how far apart they are. This doesn't just challenge our understanding of causality, it hints that space might not be what separates things, but what connects them. That the very structure of space might be more like a web of relations than a collection of distances. From this angle, space is not neutral terrain. It's an intimate network of unseen ties. Even time itself might not be independent from these fields. Some physicists propose that time emerges from entanglement, from the correlations between these fluctuations. If true, then the passage of time, the arrow of before and after, might be just another illusion born from the restless heart of empty space. This realization is profound and a little unsettling. We walk through space every day. We look into the night sky and imagine silence, distance, stillness. But in truth, we are walking across a sea of storms. Every atom in your body is affected by the invisible fields that ripple beneath you. Every breath you take is shaped by a universe that is constantly trembling, responding, shifting at levels we can't even conceptualize. You are floating not through nothing, but through a hidden world more complex and electric than anything you've ever imagined. And perhaps that's the ultimate metaphor. We are like children playing in a field of grass, unaware that just beneath the soil lies a vast network of roots, insects, and microbial life. A hidden world that sustains the one we can see. The soil looks solid, the field looks calm, but just beneath the surface, everything is moving.